safely that very evening. I went to Obibo. In Iguacha. We locked Iguacha down for 6 hours. There was no movement. Yes, Wike did not ask army to kill me. He never tried to intimidate me nor to molest me. We rallied peacefully as we normally do, and we went back home. And the Igbo governors got together and said this cannot continue. That Nnamdi Kanu is heating up the polity. They decided to kill me. It was these men that physically applied to Rock to have me killed. They couldn't do it. After all, Buhari was dead, buried in Saudi Arabia. When Jibril came back, a lot of Igbo men that call themselves politicians and political leaders arranged for me to be assassinated. They pleaded and pleaded and pleaded. Because our 30th of May celebration, our sit at home last year was successful. That led those Alamajiri youths, I don't know where they got them from, to issue a quit notice at the instigation of Arewa Consultative Forum. Our people must listen very carefully. Arewa Consultative Forum pressured Niamud and Ohaneze and Southeast governors to do something about me. When they talk about me, they don't tell you the truth. I was the one that went to Waldo's house when he was in the USA to look for him, to greet him. I went with Evangelist Eliotuko. I went back again when he returned, and we had very sumptuous lunch together. And I told him that this is what I stand for. I want Biafra because of all the maltreatment, because of all the humiliation, because of all the shame that Nigeria over the years have compelled us to go through as a people, that I cannot take it anymore. I want to be free and I want to die a free man. He asked me what do I intend to do, and I told him most respectfully that I will engage in civil disobedience. I will boycott every boycottable until the zoo accedes to my demand for a referendum. That I won't fight anybody. He said it's okay, but I should consider an umbrella election. I told him no. We've been voting since 1953, if I'm not mistaken. What has come of it? Absolutely nothing. The zoo, as a contraption, instead of going forwards, is always going backwards every blessed year. Things are getting more difficult. Our children are dying in the Mediterranean. They are drowning. Our daughters have nobody to marry them because most of our men, our brothers, our uncles, our cousins are in severe difficulties abroad. Some are in jail, some are struggling. Some will have to marry somebody from that very country where they are domiciled to be able to get their papers. Nobody is interested in our sisters back home. And I told Chief Ward that I cannot go through life like this. I cannot tolerate this any longer. That something must give way. That I have no interest in being the leader of Biafra. I have no interest in politics. All I want is for our people to be free. I explained to him very calmly and with respect. We took pictures, we had lunch, and we went away. They went behind back to plan to kill me when I did nothing wrong to them. They came to my house, as we all know, on the 14th of September of last year to kill me and every living being in my house. I don't know if Britain is involved, but when I return to the UK, we shall find out. Okay, Zia Bazo, Dave Omahi, Nia Wardo had their statements prepared for my obituary. They had gone to plan with the traditional rulers of all the other geopolitical zones in the zoo to come down to address Biafrans on why my death was a good thing for our people. Go through Okezie Ibazu's statements. It's all there and self-evidently so. The Ohanese and Igbo political class, Southeast governors, used Fulani military apparatus to try and assassinate me the same way they've been doing, or as they did in Aba, Nishenugu, Igbocha, in Aba. All we are asking for is for our freedom. But Igbo men that claim they are politicians brought death to us. When you ask them, but what wrong have we done? They say we are heating up the polity. That's all. We've explained to them time and time again, we want to be free. Perhaps some of you are comfortable being slaves to Fulani people. IPOB is not comfortable and can never ever be comfortable with it. We made it very clear and shall continue to make it very clear that we are not retreating. We cannot surrender. It is either Biafra or we die getting Biafra. Mind you, it was these semi-Igbo politicians that crafted my bail conditions. Some of you do not know. They wanted to cage IPOB the same way they caged Masop and rendered it useless through financial inducements and military intimidation. Even those that claim they're part of the intelligentsia, when they go to Abuja, they lose their voice, they cannot speak on behalf of our people. They are humiliated day after day for daring to demand what is right for their people. The only time that they have anything tangible to say to us is every 4 years during the time to vote. But come next year, we will tell these corrupt politicians that Biafra land belongs to Biafrans. All we're interested in is freedom, our liberty as a people, equity and fairness. That we will never, ever, ever negotiate away. If indeed, as we know, that IPOB is fighting for all the things that I've elucidated above, why is it that Ohanese and Igbo and some Igbo governors would like to have me killed? Why do they want me dead?
Everybody that is going to listen to this video and the whole of therefore, on the night, the day you will come, you will see it. Even if you come, you will see that the Biafrans have everything that has to do with the zoo. We have rejected the zoo a million times more than 100 years back ago, and we will continue to reject it until we have established our sovereign and independent Biafra nation.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, lovers of freedom, our Ududuwa brethren, and very soon the freedom fighters that will emerge from the Middle Belt. I welcome each and every one of you to this very special broadcast. I am well aware that given what has transpired in the past few days, that the whole world is listening to us. Those that run Twitter are listening to us. Even those that run Facebook as well, they are listening to us this very evening, because we are broadcasting live and direct to the entirety of humanity on a multitude of platforms. We are live on Twitter, believe it or not. We are broadcasting live on Twitter. We are live on Instagram. We are also live on YouTube. We are live on FM in Biafra land. We are live on IPOB Community Radio. We are live on Radio Biafra app. We are on satellite. We are on Biafra television and a whole host of others. I am also on my private Facebook page. I do not want to advertise it too much, because if I do, believe you me, they will do all their best to try to shut it down, because Facebook in Nigeria is in the pocket of the tyrants, and the pocket of the bullies, in the pocket of the Fulani Janjaweed. And that is the reason why we must do everything humanly possible within our powers to ensure that the whole world listens to what we are saying, because our message is unmistakable. It is very, very clear. It is about the restoration of the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth, for which we owe no soul an apology. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. Wherever you are in the world, as long as you have an internet-enabled device, you ought and should be able to listen to us. And please, I welcome you this very evening from where I am. Endeavor to welcome other people as well, especially your friends, your family, those that you wish were born elsewhere, but not in the damnable contraption called the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. The time now is exactly 8 minutes past 7 p.m. in the sacred land of Biafra, and by the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are, I welcome all of you this very evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you're listening to us from. My name is Mazi, Nnamdi, Kanu. I lead the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth, the nightmare of the Janjaweed. Here we speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Incontrovertible, of course. Sometimes controversial, admittedly so, but incontrovertible truth. That is what we preach on this very noble platform. I'm sure right now in Abuja, everywhere is at a standstill. If you go to Asorok now, most of them are on B-codeine. Some of them are on ibuprofen. Some of them are on painkillers. Some are even taking hard drugs, I'm telling you the truth. Because they cannot fathom, they cannot understand, they cannot comprehend our tenacity, our determination, and our doggedness. They understand that very clearly. I am the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim in heaven, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra. We have gone past the stage of lamentation. We no longer lament. They kill us, they invade our homes, they do everything humanly possible to dehumanize us. But we are carrying on regardless because we are, quite frankly, unstoppable. They are incapable of stopping us. That is why this evening, regardless of where you are, you must participate. Get your pen and your paper ready. If you're a Janjaweed, you get your chalk and your slate. Because this evening we are going to lecture, we're going to teach, we're going to enlighten, we are going to bring knowledge to you. And if you are discerning, if you are the discerning type, believe you me, you ought and should be able to learn a lot this very evening. Morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are. This very broadcast is going out to the whole world. Everybody is listening all over the world. Heads of governments are listening. Social media giants are listening. Everybody wants to hear what we have to say. It is a gospel, a message given to us from heaven itself, and we must preach it to the living. First of all, before we proceed, you must understand that we are in a season of prayer with intermittent fasting now and again. We are reading the book of Psalm from number 1 to 150. Today is our 7th day, and I am going to pray my prayer this evening as it is customary for us to do on this noble platform. And I'm going to pray the prayer of David from the book of Psalm. Chapter 7. And I will pray in English because a lot of people are listening all over the world. I mean, a lot. Millions are listening all over the world. And I want them to follow our proceedings this very evening. Very, very critical, very, very important that we do so. O Lord, my God, the creator of the heavens and the earth, we take refuge in you. Save and deliver us from all that pursue us. Because if you look away from us, they will tear us apart like a lion and rip us to pieces with no one to rescue us. Because the world is against Biafra for no reason. We are hated, we are despised for no discernible reason. Only thee, O Lord God Almighty in heaven, is our Savior, not man. You must come to our rescue because you are our Lord and you are our God. If we have done this, if I have done anything, if there is guilt on my hands, if I have repaid anybody, be it friend or an adversary, with evil or without cause, have done wrong to any man or woman, then let the Fulani Janjaweed pursue and overtake me. Let them trample down my life to the ground and make me sleep in the dust. Arise, O Elohim, Adonai El Shaddai, in your anger, rise up against the rage of the Fulani Janjaweed Caliphate and the Zoological Republic. You will rise and you will fight for your children. You will awake, O Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the owner of the universe, for you must decree justice. Let your children and all men and of goodwill gather around you while you sit on top of your throne in the highest of the heavens, the habitation that only thee can ever occupy. Only you, O Heavenly Father, will judge the people. You will vindicate me, O Lord, you will vindicate IPOB, you will vindicate your children of Biafra,
according to our righteousness, according to our integrity. O Most High, bring an end to the violence of the wicked. Bring an end to Fulani Janjaweed violence in our land. Bring an end to their abductions. Bring an end to their kidnappings. Bring an end to their extrajudicial slaughter of the innocent. Bring an end to their forced conversion of Christians into Islam. Bring to an end their mediocrity. Bring to an end their senseless feudal rule. Bring to an end their evil and their deception. Come and secure the righteous, because only you, O God Almighty in heaven, can see in the dark. Only you know the hearts of men. You are our shield. We have nobody. Between 67 and 1970, the whole world ganged up and fought against your children. We did not steal anything from anybody. We did not go after anybody's possession nor inheritance. We were on our own in the land that you gave to our ancestors. They conspired, they connived, they colluded to kill us. Over 5 million people. We are dead at the end of it. You are our shield. We do not trust in any man or in any state. We trust only in thee, because you are God and you always save the upright at heart. Anybody whose heart is clean, oh Heavenly Father, to those you do not abandon to their enemies. That is why you cannot abandon IPOB. That is why Biafra can never be abandoned. Because your words are yea and amen. You are God, you're not human. Facebook may have been bought over by Nigeria, and we pray that Twitter will not succumb to their threats and their violence. You are God and you are not upright and a just judge. But you are also a God that displays his wrath every blessed day. If Fulani Janjaweed do not relent in what they are doing, if the Fulani Caliphate continues to pursue this scorched earth policy of abductions and murder and mayhem, then you, O Lord God in heaven, you will sharpen your sword, you will bend and string your bow, you will prepare your deadly weapons, you will make ready your flaming arrows. Whoever is pregnant with evil conceives trouble and gives birth to disillusionment. That is what is happening in the zoo called Nigeria. Nigeria is pregnant with evil because it conceived trouble and it has now given birth to disillusionment. All the holes that the Fulani Janjaweed are digging for us into that pit, they are falling into one after the other. The trouble that they have caused will always rebound on them. Their violence will come down on their own heads. O Heavenly Father, for we shall give thee thanks always, all the days of our lives, because only thee is righteous. We shall sing songs of praise unto your holy name, O Most High. For as long as there is a child on this earth of Biafran descent and heritage, O Heavenly Father, we shall worship your name and your name alone, now and forevermore, we pray. He said, that was our prayer this evening. We are now going to proceed without further hesitation to bring to you the gospel which I have been mandated by heaven to preach to the children of men. First of all, this evening, morning, noon, or night, depending on where you are, I want to congratulate Twitter for standing up to the Fulani bullies. They are bullies, that is who they are. They came into Gobe, which is today's Sokoto. They bullied the Hausa people. In fact, they convinced Hausa people to fight themselves. At the end of the day, they became the beneficiaries. The Hausa kingdom of Gobe became Fulani Emirate, called Sokoto. Facebook, I must say, capitulated. Facebook came to Nigeria, made their headquarters in Africa, if I'm not mistaken, or is it West Africa, in Nigeria, and proceeded to receive huge sums of money. The entire staff of Facebook in Nigeria are under the payroll of the Ministry of Information and Culture. They are all compromised. Facebook capitulated because of money and threat from the dead dictator that the Fulani cabal are now ruling in his name. Therefore, I say to Almighty God, thank you very much that Twitter chose Ghana instead of Nigeria, because sometimes I imagine what would have become of Twitter had they made their headquarters in Nigeria. By now, I am sure Lai Mohammed, the entire Fulani Caliphate, awash with vast sums of money, would have bribed the entire staff of Twitter as they did to Facebook. And their mission, rather than being one where thoughts and ideas are shared over the social media, they would have gone straight on into censorship and restriction, the same thing that Facebook is now doing today in Nigeria. Because Facebook's mission today is to stop free speech and every article that is critical of the government of Nigeria. That is why, or that was why I tried to argue yesterday with some of my people that the Attorney General of the Federation of Nigeria, Malami, ordering the prosecution of offenders is not only laughable, but it is the height of unforgivable idiocy. Before we came on air, my good friend Fanny Kayode and a few other people like Obi Ezekwesili and ex-governor of Ekiti, Fayoshe, they tweeted and damned the consequences, because Twitter ban in Nigeria cannot be effective because it is not backed up by the full weight of the law. It is an executive pronouncement. It does not have the backing of the law. This evening, Nigerians must understand that they do not understand the law, but here we are going to teach you how to understand it. Malami said he was going to prosecute offenders. In other words, if you tweet, you'll be prosecuted. But all the Buhari support group, all the Janjaweed spokespeople, they are still on Twitter tweeting. That is the double standards of the Fulani. When we say that, Lai Mohammed will say, oh, Nnamdi Kanu is spewing hate speech. It is not hate speech. All I'm trying to do is to highlight the double standards of the ruling Fulani Caliphate. Because Fulani Caliphate are the people, they are the people ruling Nigeria. There is no Buhari. That is the fact of life. You can deceive yourselves all you like from now till the kingdom come. The truth of the matter is that Buhari is dead, buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. That is the truth of the matter. Sue me anywhere if you like, but of course not in the zoo court, because anyway, they're on strike. I want to ask Malami, under which law of the Federation of Nigeria are you banning Twitter? Under which law? Are you now saying that executive pronouncement by whoever is the head of state or the president of the zoo becomes law? Is that what you're trying to imply? If that is the case, then that means you don't understand what Montesquieu went through in order to put to paper his treatise on separation of powers. It means you did not go to school. You're not an AGF. It means, of course, you're a quota lawyer, so you know nothing. Under which law, I asked the Fulani Janjaweed, including those in Asorok, because I know Buhari is not there, so maybe I will address Garba Shehu, Femi Adesina, maybe El Rufai, running the show from Kaduna, and of course, Malami. And what's his name again? Their so-called secretary to the government, or chief of staff. What's his name again? The man from Kwara State. I don't know his name. I want to ask these people, Nigeria has 3 ways of making laws. The one in the Constitution of Nigeria, the one that they make at the National Assembly, and any judicial pronouncement in a court of law. These are the only 3 means by which any law can come into existence under the current jaundiced democratic rule that you have in Nigeria. So I'm asking them, where is it in your 1999 Constitution or any statute of state that using Twitter is a crime? I want somebody to please try and tutor that very Janjaweed, the Attorney General of the Federation of the Zoological Republic, called Malami, that an executive directive is not a law binding on the people. That is something some of you don't understand. When they say, come and register for NIN, all of you run and register for NIN, go and do BVN, do BVN. It is not backed up by the weight of the law. Therefore, it is not binding on everybody. I give you a very simple example. Remember most of the laws that most of the executive decisions that were taken by Donald Trump, how quickly they were reversed. And in most cases, some courts said they would not even uphold it. It was turned down. It is not binding on the people. It is an executive decision. It is not a law. You can't wake up in the morning and say, oh, I am banning Twitter because of that. Nobody should use Twitter. Are you mad? Who are you? If Nigeria does not want Twitter in their territory, all they need to do is to go to the National Assembly and pass a law or a bill saying we no longer require the presence of Twitter in our land. That now becomes law, punishable by whatever thing that the law courts may deem fit. Only then will the use of Twitter be prosecutable. You cannot prosecute somebody based on executive fiat. It is not done anywhere in the world. But because they are bullies, they do not understand the niceties of the law. Therefore, any instruction by those claiming they are Buhari or the Attorney General of a Buhari to arrest and to prosecute Nigerians still using Twitter is null and void, because there is no law criminalizing the use of Twitter. And nobody, no president in a democracy has the prerogative to make laws by virtue of his or her pronouncements. It is not done anywhere in the world. That is why you have a democracy. But of course, some of you in the Cow Republic, you don't understand what we're talking about. Some of you are not learned enough to appreciate what we are discussing this evening or this very gospel that I'm bringing to you, but that is a fact. You can be a president. You can issue directives, but you do not make the law. That is why you have the National Assembly. That is their job. Once they make a law, that law now becomes binding on everybody. That is how civilized people behave. You cannot ban anybody. There is no law in the zoo criminalizing the use of Twitter. And whoever claims that he is Buhari cannot make any laws. He is an executive or the head of the executive branch. Their job is to implement and execute the laws. The duty of the courts is to interpret the law. I don't even know if these elementary government is, if people are actually aware of it in Nigeria. I'm not even sure that people are aware of this very simple fact. The policy of this administration in the zoo to suspend Twitter's operations in Nigeria is not law. It is a policy. The Constitution The flawed constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria guarantees all Nigerians the right to free speech and freedom of association, freedom of expression. That is what I'm doing tonight, speaking my mind. You may disagree with it. Of course, the Janjaweed will, but the majority have over the years accepted it to be gospel and the fact. That is my opinion, and I am entitled to it. Something that the Fulani Janjaweed do not understand. When I speak, they say it is hate speech. It is not hate speech. I am stating the obvious, and I'm stating all these facts. I will buttress some of them with evidence as we progress this very evening. Therefore, everybody, if you are in Nigeria, please ignore the stupid threat that you will be prosecuted if you go on Twitter. And all of them, they're on Twitter. They are on Twitter. All of them, they're on Twitter. They're still tweeting. When they call me all manner of names, when they were calling IPOB miscreants, they called us every vile name under the sun. Nobody complained of hate speech. When that fool on bleaching cream with 2 dots on his forehead were writing nonsense and calling me names, nobody pulled his tweets down. Nobody complained. Not at all. I don't complain because I take as much as I give, so I don't complain. People are entitled to the opinion. And I don't expect everybody to agree with me all the time. It is impossible. These people, because we stood up to them, because IPOB said enough is enough, because we formed Eastern Security Network to safeguard our land, our forest, and our bush and our farmlands for our people to go and farm, because we said to Fulani, you cannot conquer this land of the ancients. That is the only crime we committed. That is the only crime we committed. They went overboard. We are going to speak in the language you will understand. But Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, Ansaru, Miet Yala, Fulani foreign bandits, Fulani local bandits, Fulani terrorists in general, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb. These are all terror franchise run by Fulani people in Nigeria. That is a fact. It is not hate speech. It is a fact. These people in Aso Rock never spoke the language that Boko Haram understood. They never spoke the language that Fulani headsmen, the same people. What I find astonishing is that these people, they will ignore the timber, the tree in their own eyes, and they'll be looking for a tiny speck of dust in your own. I want to ask Fulani Janjaweed, have you dealt with Boko Haram in their own language? Did you go to the north massacring people, abducting people, killing them, basically committing genocide in broad daylight as you're doing right now in the east? The answer is no. Throughout the years of Fulani rampage through the Middle Belt, have you ever read the riot acts to them? The answer is no. But the whole world, what I find astonishing is the hypocrisy of man. BBC, Twitter, Facebook, all the rest of them, New York Post, everybody, Sky News. All of you are witnesses to this march of the Janjaweed across from the Sahel into the Middle Belt part of Nigeria, killing, slaughtering, and maiming people. All of you are aware. Nobody will ever say to Garba Shehu, why did you not read riot acts to Boko Haram, to Fulani, your fellow Miet Yala, that you gave 100 billion to? Why didn't you read it to them? He read a riot act to IPOB. He read, can't you, the president has spoken. And when I say it, sometimes people take offense, but it is a fact of life that there is something fundamentally wrong with us. I've said this many times because I know that the owners of Twitter, they are listening to my broadcast this evening via that very platform. I want them to understand that I am also self-critical. We are our own worst enemies. because of the way we reason, because of the way we think. And that is why black people are at the bottom of the pile all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue all over the world, wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue wherever you go to, because of how we reason. The same person trying to address the issue
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name is Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra land. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the indefatigable man who is in the enemy's dungeon. But make no mistake about it, he must be released by fire, by force, because he has done nothing wrong. Instead, he has been wronged by the zoo called Nigeria, by Britain, his adoptive nationality. He was extraordinarily renditioned by the zoo called Nigeria in collaboration with the Kenya government, with the blessings and backings of the British government. But make no mistake about it, our leader must be released. We don't beg for our right. We don't beg for it. Instead, we demand for it and we get it. Because this is who we are. We are Biafrans. We are not like Ohaneze, Ndioshin and Diama, who always beg in their so-called country, a country normally they also are partakers of. So we are Biafrans. Today is the 17th day of December in the year of our Lord 2021. I am about 50 minutes late, though I was here since up to 30 minutes. I came late anyway, but technical issue also worsened the whole situation. I've been trying since until my dashboard swung into life. We must continue. As I said, today is the 17th day of December in the year of our Lord 2021. We are here live and direct in this hallowed platform. Therefore, welcome your siblings, your friends, and even your enemies. But the only criteria, you should come to listen to this hallowed platform with those of your common sense. Common sense, that is the prerequisite, the requirement. Without common sense, you might not understand what we are doing here. Therefore, without wasting any time, let us pray. Our leader will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. For God in heaven, Almighty Creator, the ancients of the ancients, the maker of the heavens and the earth, you created everything that the mind of a living soul can imagine, but none created thee. That is why we say you are immortal, you are invisible, you are omnipotent. This very God that every generation who has ever had the grace of knowing thee have always testified to your goodness. That is the same God that we kneel and bow before. This God is our refuge and our strength, a very present help, even in this time of Janjaweed trouble, even in this time of Fulani rage and terrorism. Therefore we shall fear no evil. This IPOB shall fear no evil. Even if the whole world is against us, even if Britain intensifies their effort to cross this very light of hope in sub-Saharan Africa, even though they shake the mountains, even though the seas may rise, even though they may give all the weapons and ammunition to the zoological republic, no matter what they do, no matter how they ferment their rage, it doesn't matter to us. For God, Chipokika Biama, is in the land of Biafra. We shall never ever be moved. This God of the ancients will help us now and forevermore. For Biafra shall come, and this Lord of hosts is with us. Chipokika Biama, the same God of Jacob, this same God of Shadrach and Meshach and Abednego, this God that never abandoned his people, this same God is our refuge, and we proclaim it unashamedly that this God that we kneel and bow before, we shall worship thee, for Biafra is your promise. Your word is yea and amen. Instead of your word not to come to pass, heaven and earth will cease to exist. Upon this very hope we anchor all our belief that Biafra shall come in our time, and we pray that it come this very year, that your glory may be made manifest in the lives of men, that we may kneel and bow before thee. He said,
Once again, I welcome each and every one of you to today's edition of Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE, coming to you via Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu. Today is the 17th day of December in the year of our Lord 2021. Without wasting much time, I will go straight to the topic of my submission today because we are late already. As I used to say, please stop calling these people, stop calling them Hausa Fulani. There is nothing like Hausa Fulani. Stop calling them Hausa Fulani. What we have are the Hausa and Fulani as two different ethnic nationalities. The history of the presence of the Fulani in the Hausa kingdom was only recorded in 1804 when Ottoman Danfodio manipulated the Hausas to conquer themselves for the Fulani Caliphate. And that was the beginning of the misery, the beginning of the bleeding in Nigeria. That is why today the topic of my submission says ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. Ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. Therefore, the Hausas fought against themselves to the advantage of the Caliphate, the Fulani Caliphate. And they subjugated themselves and we are completely subjugated by the Fulani, who now invited, Ottoman Danfodio invited his siblings, his Fulani siblings from all over Africa for them to come and exploit the spoil, to take Hausa wives. That time he gave it as an order. Every Fulani man must take multiple Hausa women as he chooses, because they became booties of war. That is how the Caliphate does, in order to compromise the blood lineage of the Fulani. Now sometimes I start asking myself, why did the Fulani, why are they always interested in compromising the blood lineage of any indigenous population they conquer? And the answer is this: they are stateless. They are trying to sow their own seed in the land which they have conquered. Do you understand me? They are trying to cause future confusion. That's it. Because when they take a place, they made sure they took multiple wives from the indigenous population, because it is part of their jihad. They are not populous. People that are desert dwellers, they always die of different types of misery. That is why they are sowing their seeds anywhere they can lay their foot on, so that until the world ends, those people now will become, somewhat, the siblings will be thinking like them, will be behaving like them, will be sympathetic to their fatherland, that is their father's side, which is normal. Do you understand? That is why you see some Hausa today, they are partly Hausa, partly Fulani. They are always on the side of the Fulani. That's it. Because they understand. That is the part of the jihad, of the Fulani jihad. They do it, anything, they use anything as a weapon. I say everything as a weapon. You know, there's one time somebody, I think it's Mohammed Gaddafi, he said something one time. He said concerning the colonization of Europe in Africa, he said the revenge, no need of going to Africa, will not invade them. You know, what Africans or Arabs need to do, they go to Europe, they marry wives, they burn as many as they could. This thing was said by Gaddafi sometime. You know, because he said Europeans, they burn only 1, 2, or they don't burn at all. So before you know, in the next 50, 100 years, European continent will be populated with Arabs. And that is it. The war has been won already, because once they rise up, no more, the Europeans become minority. He said it. He made that prediction. And it reminds me of the Fulani way. It's a part of jihad. When you allow people, they come to your land, they start bearing children, breeding like a guinea fowl or guinea pig. Before you know, they will outnumber the indigenous population. They will outnumber them. And what do you think? Any day, those children, those people, when they grew up, they rise up, they will take over the land, but without even making noise, because the indigenous population become minority, that little minority, so you cannot speak in their presence. It's part of it's a war. It's a part of long-term war plan or war strategy or conquest strategy. That is what the Fulani used against the Hausas, and today we all could see the resultant effect on the Hausa race. They become subdued. Do you understand? The pure Hausa, they become even few and always afraid of the Fulani Caliphate or their Fulani masters. Anywhere the Hausas are, even 1 million, gathered 1 million. If they want to look for a leader, you know what? They will just look for any Fulani person around. If it's only one Fulani, no problem, they will make him their leader. That is how subdued they are. Please stop calling them House of Fulani. Do you understand? There is nothing like House of Fulani. Before I continue, I'll be right back. Let me regulate something at the background, please. Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Today is the 17th day of December 2021. We must continue. As I said, stop calling them the House of Fulani. The topic of my submission today says, ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. Everybody is a witness to what is happening in Nigeria, where life does not matter. Where, you see, you go out in the morning, everybody's heart, your family's heart will not be at ease until you come back. It is highly sad. It is highly sad, honestly. What I'm talking about today, ending the misery in Nigeria. Welcome back. I crave your indulgence. I'm sorry for the things, for the disturbance which I'm receiving at the background. But we must continue. As I was saying, the topic of my submission today says ending the bleeding, or ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. Every one of us today could understand and see that Nigeria is a place, the worst place to stay, to be, security-wise, where life does not matter. Nigeria is a misery imposed on the unfortunate indigenous population. Do you understand? The term "one Nigeria" is actually the underlining of the unfortunate imposition you know, they stamping it, one Nigeria. The only country in the world whereby they mention one before the country. That is the only country. I'm talking about ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. We should understand what is happening in Nigeria today. It is what the creator, this is the neo-colonialist misery being imposed on every one of us as a yoke. Therefore, in order to end the misery and bleeding of both the North and South, Nigeria must be ended. Do you understand? Nigeria must be ended. You know, people are talking, crying, without going to the root cause of the problem we are having in Nigeria today. The root cause of the problem we are having is Nigeria itself. Nigeria. Nigger area. The dark space, the place of darkness, where there is no even physical electricity, there is none. It's a place of darkness, both physically and spiritually. Literally, all. That is a misery to the people that are living there. Britain created Nigeria and programmed it, structured it to be like this. It is for the people, if they are human beings, if Nigerians are real human beings, to remove the yoke of misery and bleeding from their neck. And that is what IPOB is championing. Do you understand? That is what IPOB is championing. Because the creation of Nigeria, or Nigeria is created to legitimize the neo-colonialist dictates and for their administrative convenience. That is Africa in general. The creation of Africa in general. But Nigeria in particular is a mess created by Britain. So that as you're shouting, crying, gnashing your teeth, Britain, Katrina Lang is busy moving from one place to another, telling you that don't worry, everything will be okay. Nigeria will grow over her problems. And the people didn't ask this woman, this witch, when Britain was crying, shouting about its membership of European Union, why didn't they comfort themselves, say, okay, we will get over this problem, we will get over it, don't worry, one Europe, we will get over it? No. Instead, they listened to the population and granted them the right to say their mind in the form of a referendum. What they are refusing to grant, what they call whether primates, or as I used to call orangutan for the British, the monkeys, black monkeys in Africa, they shouldn't have that right they have. Do you see the hypocrisy? You know, sometimes I say I don't blame them. I blame the people. You cry day and night. Oh, the North is bleeding. Oh, the bandits are killing us. But you don't want to go to the taproot of the problem. Do you see it? Let me play this clip again for you. Let me play the clip. I have played it the other day. I will play it again. The crying, wailing, and the gnashing of teeth of Nigerians. And that is what Britain wants. As far as the oil they are stealing continues flowing, That is, this thing gives them more blood. It gives them fun. Listen, please, listen again.
I saw horror. Wallahi tallahi idan abu yana kama da Yawm al-Qiyamah. Allah ina gana gan shi when I was in captivity. I saw that. I saw horror. I still have nightmares, bad nightmares. Sai an rike ni har yau har gobe. Akan horrors din da na gani. Akan horrors din da na gani. That's why I left Nigeria. That's why I'm here. But wallahi tallahi, if you have not been through what we've been through, a lot of us that have been in captivity and been raped multiple times by terrorists, you would not know. You would not know the pain. You would not know the agony. Nobody stood. Nobody believed me. Nobody said anything. Nobody helped me. No one. No one. And that's what's happening right now to our children. That's what's happening right now to our children. They're being killed. Nobody's believing them. Nobody's saying anything. I'm angry. Nobody's accepting any refugee from northern Nigeria. Nobody. I was raped. I was raped. I was raped by terrorists. I was raped. I was naked. I still have marks on my arm. I know what's going on. I know the pain. I know the pain.
La ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Bismillah
Are you hearing the wailing and the gnashing of teeth in that hellhole called Nigeria? Are you hearing it? When a woman on a video accepted being multiply raped by terrorists. Do you know what it means? Do you know the agony? And you are telling me that somebody will go another hell. Do you know this is what Britain wants? This is what they likes. Now the woman is no more in Nigeria, he ran away, and now they will accept her, give her a refugee status, because this is the way what they created Nigeria for, so that anything you run away, they will give you a refugee status. Do you remember when they said IPOB, we will grant IPOB asylum? Do you understand? Because this is what they want in Nigeria. Instead of solving the basic problem, the grassroots problem, no. But you know what I blame? I blame the people. If you are a human being like Britain, prove it, as IPOB is trying to do. Because we go to the grassroots, to the taproot of the problem, not cutting it on the up. Do you understand? You see, you had the wailing. That is what is going on in Nigeria, even in the north. Do you understand? When Britain, all these things, it confirms that human being can create. Human being can create. Any person that tells you that human being cannot create, that is, sometimes because of our religious views, we make, we talk things that are even out of point. Do you see how Britain has recreated the indigenous population in Nigeria? People that should be laughing, people that should be prosperous, now they are wailing and gnashing their teeth. Now when you come, Britain will grant you asylum. Come, they will video how, you see, we are taking care of you. Only that particular person, single person. Whereas to solve this problem is very simple. Because people with divergent value systems are being forced to live in a cage. Kill yourselves. That is what it means. So that when you hear people saying North is bleeding, South should help us, South should do this and that. Let me tell you one thing. These are myopic Homo erectus, the early men. We go right to the source of the problem to say it. You should never have allowed people of different values, not even different value, divergent. You know what it means, divergent? This value system is against the other one. Do you see the hatred in Nigeria against Biafrans? The Fulani against others, and particularly against Biafra. The hatred is satanic. Bosun said it. The caliphate, all they want is everything for them. Britain understand it. That is why they play the prank they play, so that Nigeria it created an entity so that it will be bleeding. You will be living in a misery. They will tell you the solution is gonna come. We will grant asylum. We will grant you asylum, and you think that this is a devil's gift. Do you understand? Why not as a human being? If you are equal, or you think that you are as a human as the British, why not end your own misery by ending Nigeria, which they created? But your little greed. You know, black man is extremely greedy. The Europeans understand this. That is where the fall of black man started, because they saw the greed. They saw the greed in black man. No, you know, they greed against each other, against his own fellow black person, instead of you to succeed. Instead, all of us be suffering. White people, they saw this and they said, okay, we can do something to keep these people perpetually going in cycle and cycle and cycle of ignorance. Do you understand? Cycle of ignorance. They came, introduce what they call democracy. Okay, you want to, democracy, their own democracy, their own version of democracy, whereby they introduce electioneering, always 4 years. Oh, this one is not good. Now people are shouting, this president is bad, though. Okay, wait anyway till another 4 years. You vote him. Once you vote another 1 year, it will be worse than the former one. You continue in a cycle of misery and bleeding. Do you understand? And once you are in that misery and bleeding, you will have no effective, or your brain will not serve you as anything, for anything. The talent, your God-given talent to develop it, you cannot, because you are in a misery. You are living in poto. Just look at in Aba. When you look at, you see people virtually selling goods, market on top of poto, smelly. And people are happy. You talk to the person, how far? He said, God is God, Jesus is a king. Hey, we don't complain. We don't complain, no. Because you are a primitive human, a primate. That is why you don't complain. Human beings complain in order to change their situation. Do you understand? I don't know whether you understand me. It is only, primates, animals, lower animals that don't complain. Anywhere you put them, as far as there is food, you'll be supplying food to the animal. He will happily stay there. What matters to the animal is the stomach. He doesn't complain. Anytime he makes noise, you bring food, the food is there. But what makes humans advanced animal is the brain. In order to make sure they are sensitive to their surroundings. There are places you start complaining. Why is this so? They bring food, eat. Say, no, I cannot eat. Why? Why is this place so? You change things. Not staying in poto. You see somebody knocking tie on 40 degrees Fahrenheit, preaching Jesus in poto. People are selling, buying food, selling vegetables, raw vegetables. Some will fall into the poto underneath, and they pick it up. They laugh. Praise Jesus. They say hallelujah. Don't complain. Don't mind. We are going to another world. We are paradise. Don't mind. We can't complain. Be happy. And you are happy dying as an animal. When all those contaminated things, you see the life expectancy. People are dying like flies in Nigeria. Anytime you call them, they will start telling you people that are in the mortuary, people are tired even of going to funerals. Young people. Oh, it don't die you. If God did not kill you, sickness will kill you. And they will carry it and say it's your siblings that kill you. That cycle of misery and bleeding continues. It's a cycle. We are here to make sure that we break that cycle. IPOB. To make sure that we break that cycle, which Britain, the Europeans have put in us in order for them to be looting us dry. It's a challenge. If you're a real human being, break the cycle, end the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. And that is what we are doing. You had where a woman saying it publicly that she was raped multiple times by terrorists. Do you see the emotion? I mean, the emotional damage, psychological damage. If it's in Britain, they will be telling, we'll give you a psychologist, a doctor will be taking care of you. Okay, and you say, these people are good. But no, they are the cause of your misery. But if you're a human being like them, why not end the misery and bleeding by yourself as a human being? Do it. That is why indigenous people of Biafra, we have taken the bull by the horn in order to make sure that we fight, in order to make sure that we push, we continue pushing in order to end the misery and the bleeding. That is why I am talking about ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. The way Nigeria was structured, different and divergent opposing value systems being put together, that you must be one. That is why all the time one, they will say one Nigeria, one Nigeria, one. Maintain the unity of Nigeria. We must be one Nigeria. Everything is one Nigeria. That is making sure that you continue living in misery and you continue bleeding. The choice is yours. For you to join hands with IPOB in order to end the misery and the bleeding in Nigeria. Do you understand? That is what we are doing. That is what we are doing. Foreigners just came and composed people. Britain, they came from thousands of kilometers, came to our land and joined. You and you must be, you must northern protectorate, southern protectorate, or be one. Let there be one Nigeria. And people continue perishing. People continue dying of avoidable deaths. People continue dying on sicknesses, avoidable sicknesses, or healable sicknesses. But lo and behold, Nigeria is the misery. Sometimes I used to watch, when you are, for example, if you are going to work in Nigeria, or if you are working in a city, just watch around, cars everywhere, different things. I challenge you, just watch around you 360 degrees as you are watching. Be thinking in your mind, all these things I'm seeing, how many are being produced here in Nigeria? It's a just sometimes we should behave like beginners, because it's common sense. You see the whole cars, you see, okay, all these cars, they are big money. Maybe some are 2 million, 5 million, 8 million. As they are moving, it's money that is passing. All this money is what is taken out from Nigeria to give work to Japanese, to South Koreans, to Europeans, to Americans. Oh, bring what? Ford. Send Oromego. Chineke kwena ya ọjọọ. Na irechago container. Na send ọnụ na Spain na akpọgị. Nwa boy ya. Na nyenyi me ego ka o send ego le pụtara dị orukwe 5,000 euro. Nwa change gbanwe ya ka o send orom. That is removing. We are doing what? We are creating jobs to foreigners. That is why we are running. Sometimes common sense is not there. I'm telling you honestly. We are making money. It's the same thing like when the British formed West African Volunteer Force, mostly Ghanaians. They used them to conquer other African neighbors, including Nigerians, including in Lagos, even in Calabar. They came, they could, and they also raised a platoon in North, I think in Kaduna, the first Nigerian army, which they also use in subjugating Lagos. The British used them. The Hausa platoon, they call it the Hausa Fulani platoon. All those people that time, if you tell them, say no, why are you helping these foreigners to conquer your own brother? They say no, they are paying us now. We are doing our job. If it is not like, how can we eat? It's the same thing. Oh, we are making money. We cannot, because we cannot produce. Because there is the system is there. The system that is working there prevents us to produce. The system in Nigeria. You want to institute something. You want to build a factory, even in your village. Before you know, they will tell you, go and take permission from Abuja. One useless almajiri that is there to decide your fate in your own village. One thing you want to erect, you have to go and bow down. Now he will give you condition. Do you see why Nigeria is a misery? Do you understand that? Now, instead of going through all these pains, instead, oh boy, now let me go and start importing containers. That is the way they turned us. And all we care now, bring container. Now bring it from China. You know, from China, from Europe, from America. You are creating jobs for them. Because once we are, you know, as Nigeria is a big market, consumer market, very big one. Anything they consume, do you see it? And people individually were making money out of it, out of our misery, out of the subjugation. We are making money. You know, everything is intertwined. Honestly, it's a cobweb. Everything is intertwined. The whole garbage dumps of Europe is emptied in Africa, and they are happy. If it is you, wouldn't you be happy? You don't know where to throw garbage. Now you see one huge garbage center. You be throwing, you are making money out of it. My goodness me. You will fight tooth and nail so that that place remains a garbage center. That is what the Europeans, the Western world are doing. Do you understand? Because we Africans made ourselves available because of our greed, our evil character against ourselves. That is what the Europeans are, you know, they are benefiting. They are taking advantage of it. That little greed. You see, even in IPOB, look at today, saying some people, they have used ESN as their acronym. Oh, God forbid, but is their acronym now, so that tomorrow in the law court where they are in Europe, you tell, if you sue them, they will say, no, we didn't raise a fund. Yes, I did fundraising, but that fundraising is for ESN, not Eastern Security Network. But my name is ESN. It's an acronym for my name. Do you see the wickedness, the evil in Africa? They always know how to manipulate themselves for the benefit of foreigners. That is why we are suffering. All of us are everywhere looking for identity. Oh, I have a British passport. I have an American passport. Oh, I have a Norwegian passport. And you are happy. You are not ashamed. You should be ashamed. How many Norwegians have your own passports? You know, when slave house nigger, I mean, when field nigger enters, becomes a record because of maybe good behavior in the field, he will be promoted to a house nigger. He's very happy. At least he near his master. He near the master. If he's cooking for the master, he can still test whether there is salt. He will test it. Nah, eat master's food. Hey, this is exactly what our people are going through. What we are going. If we should be ashamed, we should be ashamed. Do you understand? We are everywhere just looking for identity so that you become protected. That is it. What we are doing is monumental. What IPOP is doing is monumental. We are trying to end the misery and bleeding in our land by re-identifying ourselves, bringing up our original identity so that we build it. Because all those borrowed identities we are having, people built it. Before today, you can be proud to call yourself, I'm a Canadian by citizen, by nationality. When they were fighting, dying in order to institute that country, you can't even imagine what happened there. When you can compare yourselves to the concussions is when you can do what they are doing. I said, just imagine on the road, the whole cars, the whole bicycle, the whole motorcycle. Watch. Thousands, hundreds of thousands at a time. Just when you watch in the street of Aba, in the street of Lagos, in Onisha, in Kanu, just what is happening? All these things are trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollar worth of money that was taken away from our land. Aina Kuchi, Aina Kwego. I'm talking about ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. That is what IPOB is doing. I will also love to play this clip also. Or this second clip. Before I continue, please. I will play this clip. It's misery. It's in the northern Nigeria now. Please. Listen attentively. Listen attentively. One woman, Zainab, I think is a journalist. Listen. I will tell you how wicked and selfish black people are. Listen.
Okay, I'm standing. Not at Zainab Ahmed. Not at Binti Jazi that everybody knows. Today I'm standing as a mother, a sister, a wife, a friend. Today I lost someone very dear to me.
Do you know why she is there protesting, crying? It's not in the capacity of a journalist. Everybody knows Zainab Ahmed. Or is it a journalist or I don't know whether it's working in the United Nations. Is it the Ahmed working in the United Nations? Today somebody dear to him, very dear to her, she lost the person. They killed the terrorists killed the person. That is why she now have to come out to talk. When this thing was happening to others, it's a story. Yeah, okay, how many died? They say 75 was killed in Plateau State. He said, oh boy, this thing, oh, now wow, God save us in Nigeria. Oh. Anyway, I bet customer waiting in one buy. Nah, this Nigeria thing. That Baokomi is finished. Until when the evil touches you directly. That is how evil Nigerians are. And that is why God is punishing everybody. I don't give a toss how you feel. God is punishing anything. I don't know whether God or Satan, anything is punishing these people, Nigerians, because of the evil. These people are evil. Look at the statement somebody is making. He's in a distress. He's crying, protesting because she lost somebody dear to her. It's personal. Very selfish. If it happens to others, he didn't care. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's others. Oh, how many we are shot dead in is it Kaduna? The Shiite Muslims. 1,000 plus we are killed, moved down. Oh, it's another. Oh boy, killed them. They are Shiites. I beg, these people, they always are problematic, and they applaud them. They come to television and talk. You know, these people, they are they are violent. Anyway, you kill them. They should respect the Major General. Because they will use English and manipulate the dates of people, agonies of people, instead of fighting evil. No way. When it happens in Enugu, bandits killing, they say Igbo people now, I beg, it's good for them. They will laugh over it. It becomes another story. He doesn't know that that person that is dead is somebody's loved one, somebody's child, somebody's husband or wife, somebody's daughter or son, and somebody's heart that is being broken. But they don't know, because Nigerians, they don't fight evil unless it touches them. That is how they are programmed to be, because they have evil character. And that is why Nigeria is bleeding, and it will continue getting worse and worse. I tell you that. Our leader have said it. It will continue getting worse and worse. Let me read to you. Today they are talking about not bleeding. Let me flash back. Killing of pro-Biafran protesters 2015 and 16. According to report, it's on Wikipedia. If you want, you Google it. Killing of pro-Biafra protesters, in bracket 2015 and 16. It's another story. It's a story now on Wikipedia, where you can Google and read it. Those that they killed, they are people, somebody's dear, very dear person. They are somebody's lovely people. They broke people's hearts. But because they are Biafrans, it doesn't matter. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh, these people, they are Biafrans, it doesn't matter. Do you see how black people, how Nigerians are the most evil set of human beings on earth? When it touches them direct, hey, is that time they will come? Hey, well, I lost somebody dear to me, that is why I'm protesting. But when others lost their own dear, you now you use English and cover it, blame them. The 2015 and 16 killing of Biafran protesters refer to the killing of demonstrators demanding the restoration of the sovereignty of the Republic of Biafra by Nigerian security forces, especially the Nigerian army, across the southeastern parts of Nigeria. Do you understand? And they mewed those down in Onitsha on December 2nd, 2015. They said about 11 people reportedly lost their lives. You know, all these are official. But, you know, they killed more than 100 of our people. They moved us down. And they didn't come out to protest. You know why? I say, God, why? When we cry, say as black people, I laugh. We are simply primitive primates, orangutan. I will not cease to call this until we change and start showing the real human being in us, which is what IPOB is doing. When they see evil, monster, evil, injustice against another person, you know what Nigerians, they will say, they will condemn that person. They will start bringing out, concocting things that in order to cover the evil. Are they not the people looking for Biafra? Well, kill them now. They look for it. I used to watch comments that time. You see some people, you people want to face Nigerian army. You people want to, by protesting, as if protest is outlawed. No. When people are crying that, oh, they are shooting us, killing us, you will see people commenting, laughing. I said no. Black people are evil, honestly. That is why the Europeans ran over us. They ran over black race and keep us. They kept everybody subjugated today because we are evil. But this evil, we Biafrans, we have exonerated ourselves, IPOB, by doing the needful, calling a spade, without fear or favor. Do you understand? These people that are shouting about not bleeding, they killed Biafrans in Onitsha, in Aba, February 9, 2015. 16. You understand? In Enugu, in Iguacha, and all they could do, they laugh. They were praising the Nigerian security forces. You see, the punishment of evil people is heavy. It's not hereafter, it's here in this world. That is what the karma is coming. You know, our leader said something. When he was saying it, people think that is a joke. He said the Nigerian Fulani, the caliphate terrorists in uniform, they are coming down. They will come down in our land, they will kill us. We shall kill them. But those that are lucky to go back to north alive, they will no more see their home to go back to. The terrorists will ravage their homeland in the north. Is it not what is happening today? Do you see why education, enlightenment is the key? Do you see the reason why when there is injustice to one person in any European country or in any American state, every person, both white and black, rise up in order to fight it, because they don't need to wait until the thing touches them? But in Nigeria, the reverse is the case, because they are evil, extremely evil. That is why there is wailing. That is why there is crying, mourning, wailing, gnashing of teeth, because the people are evil. Do you understand? This woman is saying that he is out here to protest today because he personally lost a loved one. I want you to hear it again, please. That is extreme selfishness. And how I wish he would be raped and killed by the terrorists they call bandits.
Today, I'm standing not as Zainab Ahmed, not at Binti Jazi that everybody knows. Today I'm standing as a mother, a sister, a wife, a friend. Today I lost someone very dear to me, raped by 8 men, killed, video sent to our kids.
Do you see why God will continue punishing Nigerians? I will not stop emphasizing on her statement. She came out to I think this woman is United Nations I don't know, under secretary or second secretary or something like that. There is her, Zainab Ahmed. She came out to protest because she lost something dear to her personally. It's personal. Now we want to bring people's sympathy to her because she lost somebody special, somebody dear to her, that was raped by 8. Did you see it? Do you see it? You see Black Lives Matter protests. It doesn't need to be somebody you know before you come out to protest. But because he's a human being and the person was killed unjustly, that is what matters. We Biafrans, they are killing us, they have been killing us, slaughtering us. People laugh over it. They laugh because their stupidity is enormous. Because if it is enlightened fellows, you know what? They will say, but why are they killing these people like this? Why shouldn't they take them to, if they commit a crime, take them to courts, arrest them and take them to courts? Now court will decide their fate. That is how a government functions. But you will see primitive monkeys laughing at the demise of others because of the hatred they have on others. Do you see why we should run away from Nigeria? Do you see why Nigeria should be destroyed? Because either we destroy Nigeria or Nigeria will destroy the whole indigenous population inside it. I'm telling you honestly. They killed us in every part of Biafra land, and people laugh over it. They invaded our leader's compound, killing more than 28 people. He miraculously ran away by the grace of Chukwokike. And you see, in the news, people, human beings are saying, he jumped bell. You see how people are evil. Sometimes I say, God, why don't you give me just one uranium, enriched uranium? I put it there, because that Nigeria is a waste of space. I'm telling you before God and man, the people there are evil, so evil. They saw the video of how people are being killed. They say, no, Mazi Nnamdi can run away from a jump bell. And I wonder, I say, are these people human beings? If there is God, why should God pity people? Why shouldn't there be, why is he putting tornado elsewhere in Haiti to kill people, instead of bringing all these things to wipe away Nigerians because they are evil? Because it didn't concern them. Because it's happening to the people they hate. So that hatred obstructed their sense of reason and judgment. Do you see why black people are suffering? Oh, kill them. They are Northerners. They are Biafrans. They let them die. Because you are evil. Enlighten the people, we shout. Only one person being unjustly killed, the whole world shook. Because they are the real human beings. You understand? You have to fight evil. It doesn't, even if you are my enemy and I see injustice falling upon you, I should remove that personal enmity and come and fight that injustice to serve you. I'm not serving you per se that it is you, but no, it is fighting injustice. That is how reasonable human Homo sapiens reason. That is how they reason. Real Homo sapiens. Not who did the thing do? Who did they kill? They say Igbo man. Oh, leave them, they should die. Igbo people, they do gara too much. They too the loud, they too the waka, so let them die. You ask, but why should they kill him? Why should a policeman cock his gun, a military officer in a road and cock his gun and say this person is an ESN, and they shoot the person? Are we? And you see people support, they say no. Why should they now ESN? Then why are their government? Why is their government in the first place? Did the law give the person the right to kill? What type of humans are we? Sometimes I wonder, honestly. Sometimes I become worried. I say no. Black people should have been given another planet, and that is why the white people, they are searching for water, and anyway they have built a space shuttle. It's a step. From there they will start looking. It's no more crossing the desert. You can cross, you can fly. It's no more swimming the Mediterranean to enter what do you call it, to enter Italy or to enter Spain. No, it's no more like that. They are quietly. You know why I like white people? Every problem they will be quietly. Even if it can take 10 years, it can take 50, it can take 100 years, they will be looking for permanent solution. Quietly, you will not know. Until once they have that solution, you will see. You will not know. They are busy building space shuttle, searching for, favorable conditions in other planets where the real Homo sapiens sapiens, they call themselves now, will fly and multiply, they will no more have disturbances with people like you, selfish, evil, black. How do I mention it? You know, when some people listen here, they say we are insulting. No. We want us to change. We want you to change the way you reason. That is why we hit that place so that you become. There is one time I could vividly remember, because I listened to it. I think it was 2014 or 15. Our leader went to the state of Kuwait, either Kuwait or United Arab Emirates. Our leader was preaching the gospel of Chukwuka Biama in a town hall meeting, preaching, insulting our stupidity, calling us slaves. You know, people that are there presently say you people are slaves in foreign man's land. One man couldn't endure, one man couldn't, he can't endure it any longer. He rose up, he said, please, I'm sorry, my leader, please help us, stop insulting us like this. He said, I'm not a slave here, I'm an expatriate. Please. Our leader say, then only you. What about him? Our leader, if he's in the spirit, he doesn't care who you are. If he was in the spirit in 2015 in the court, Abuja court, and he said, Buhari, you a madman, you can't jail me. And the man saw that thing on video and he died. So once we are in the spirit, we don't care. Do you think at all why black people are at the bottom layer of every? I used to ask this question all the time. Any country you go, whether as immigrants or indigenous people, black people are always at the bottom layer. The black community. You might see maybe one person or two black, just individual. They will be pretending, they are civilized with the living, pretending. But I'm talking about the community. Go to Brazil. The black community is the worst place, the favelas. Where crime, everything, everywhere. God, where again? Is it anywhere? Is it in the hood? Everywhere. In this world. Now you come to black Africa. Oh, popo, that is a poto. Come to Nigeria. I say what is happening to black people all over the world is miniaturized in Biafra land. Just go to, from the time we started having sit at home, now we started noticing glaringly that our people are basically trading in poto, in on top of dustbins. Every market, when there is no people, you see people videoing and say, in order to show that people didn't come to market today, what you see there is garbage. And you start wondering, so are we born like that? Why shouldn't we change? Why shouldn't we change, for goodness sake? Other people, they change their surroundings, but we are unable to do so because of greed, envy. Why should who said this? I think Mazi Peters, he said, like crabs. When you put crabs, plenty crabs in a bucket, none is climbing out. Do you know why? Because they hew each other down. You see one climbing, the other one say, where are you going? Come down here, let us continue suffering inside. Other ones, they hew each other down. That is what our people, black race have become. Once they don't fight injustice, once there is killing of Biafrans, it is allowed because they are Biafrans. Now the north is bleeding. I say terrorists will rampage the full. When they were defending them, the terrorists, they call bandits now. Nasir Rufai was defending them. Ganduje, the whole Fulani elites, political elites, we are defending them. And the northerners, we are applauding them that yes, they have the right to carry guns. Now, everywhere is bleeding in the north. And do you know one thing? There's one thing I want to, very, very malicious, I should say. You know, these people, they are multidimensional. When they come through, they will give you the impression that they are defending you. Okay, I will read this thing. I think Mazi has read it also, but I will read it. They will give you the impression that they are defending you. Don't know that they are doing it in bad faith. They are not defending you. They want to cause more out of hatred. Listen. Resign for your lives. So Horiwa tells all Imo traditional rulers. Horiwa, that is the Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria. You know anything Nigeria is against Biafrans. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter how you say it or how you think it. Anything that has Nigeria there is anti-Biafra. Because Nigeria is darkness, Biafra is light. You know, light, darkness is the absence of light. That is it. And darkness wants to cover everywhere. That is the thing. That is that hatred. So let me read it a bit to bring out. There is something I want to bring out there. You know, at first value, you say, oh, these people are different. Yes. But there is a kind of interior hatred there. You know, when they tell you half truth, is worse than lie. Half truth, because he deceives people. Okay. Human Rights Association of Nigeria, Horewa, has advised all traditional rulers in Imo State to resign their position without further delay. Horewa said the call becomes imperative following the persistent terrorist attacks targeting the lives and property of traditional rulers in the state, and the clear inability and unwillingness of the government to find a practicable solution to it. The human rights group wants the traditional rulers to quit until such a time that Governor Hope Uzodinma will put a framework in place to effectively stop the killings and punish the murderers. Okay? You're not going on now to say, yeah, it's okay. However, has for the optimum time urged Governor Hope Uzodinma to make peace with the stakeholders and groups in the state, including the indigenous people of Biafra. However, said the governor, who, according to it, is seen frequently in Abuja and is being rumored to be running Imo State's government machinery from the Federal Capital Territory, should live in Owerri, the Imo State capital, to be able to coordinate practical meetings with every known and identifiable groups and individuals playing a role in the insecurity tearing apart the heartland of Igbo nation. Although we are not convinced that the people responsible for the series of assassination of traditional rulers are affiliated to either the IPOB or the Eastern Security Network, because we suspect the involvement of members of the deep state from Abuja, but we think the Imo State governor must hold peace talks with identifiable groups to find workable panacea. So the systematic degeneration of security and the evolution of impunity, lawlessness and collapse of law enforcement mechanisms in Imo State. No amount of sacrifice is not worth making to put an end to the cocktail of the coordinated murders of traditional rulers, the group said. However, I expressed disappointment that, okay, I want to read somewhere. There is somewhere I want to bring out. Then I'm coming, please. We appeal to every aggrieved group, okay? There is a place they talk about, if on the other hand, the Imo State governor continues to hibernate in the federal then we are hereby asking Imo State traditional rules immediately. Okay, there is a place they talk about Okay. However, in a media statement by the national coordinator, Comrade Emmanuel Onwubiko, and the national media director, Ms. Zainab Yusuf, said Imo State's insecurity has reached such a dimension that a state of emergency should be declared. This is where I'm going. State of emergency they are calling for. Do you know that in Borno there is no state of emergency? Do you know that where Boko Haram has been, no state of, even where ISIS in the northeast and northwest, the corners, where ISWAP has territories, they have territories, collecting taxes, putting in their own emirs, controlling the people. There is no state of emergency. They don't call for state of emergency. That is why I tell you, anything that Nigeria, they will come, as if they are angels of light, but behind them is darkness. They are calling for state of emergency in Imo State, so that they will cuckoo enter and slaughter people with impunity. But they never call this on the north that is bleeding. Do you see the hypocrisy? When you read it at first value, you say, no, these people, we sometimes we don't analyze issues critically. Our leader bid us to be critical thinkers. Don't be just a whoopee. Don't take things on face value. Go deep. Do it again. Go deeper, think again, look at it in every corner or through all angles. Now you start seeing what is being done, or the connotation. Nigeria can use any branch or anything, any group, in order to, they say, okay, Horiwa said, okay, we can, that is what they are pushing for. Do you remember when they pushed for state of emergency in Anambra because of election? And thank God our people, no matter how dummy they are, they understood the game. Where the north is bleeding every day. Do you know that they commanded the Nigerian media to stop, talking about to stop too much publicity about the terrorist attack in the north? Do you know that? And that is why every blessed day thousands of people are being slaughtered in the north. You don't know that? ISWAP have territories they are controlling. They have their own emirs they impose on people, taking taxes. They write letters to communities that they want to attack, and the community will negotiate price with them. If it is 50 million naira, they will pay. They will say, okay, buying peace. They are living on borrowed peace in the north, in communities. But no demand for state of emergency. No. Anything, we are the sacrificial lamb in Nigeria. Chickens. We are the sacrificial chickens, not even lamb, because lamb is even you have to tie it. Maybe two people tie the lamb before killing. Chicken is just one baby. We just carry, use a hand and walk on you to twist the neck, and the chicken died. Anyhow, that is what they have taken us to be in Nigeria. And our leader said, he looked at everything. He said, we can never take it any longer. This sacrificial chicken, we could not take it any longer, and we have to do something about it. That is why I am talking about ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. That is what the only thing is, end Nigeria. That is the misery. Nigeria is a misery imposed on the indigenous population. As long as you continue crying, shouting, they kill my my dear person, they rape you because of Nigeria. If we agree to disagree as human beings, as real human beings, You say, okay, you are following Sharia. No problem about it. Follow your Sharia. After all, there are Middle Eastern countries that are following Sharia. They are developing. Saudi Arabia, they are developing in their way. They are using Sharia. Isn't it? I think Iran is using Sharia also. They are developing. Isn't it? But when you put them in a place with different values, now it becomes perpetual clash of the titans. There will be no brain in order to even develop. Everybody will be involved in clashes. Everybody will be involved on supremacy clashes. No, we should control the presidency. No, this and that. That is how Singapore and Malaysia were. I think 1963 or 1962, when they agreed to even come together to form a big country. And they found out they were mistaken. Instead of development, no person is talking about development. What they started thinking about is who to control the presidency, who to control, how many Malayan minister is there, how many Singaporean. No, clashes. That is what you hear all time among them. Now they forget about development, but being real human beings they are, they realize that the problem, the root cause of their problem is being together as one. Now they say no. Let us. They come back. Malaysia sacked Singapore. Say, Bruno Sobuono, I beg go. And today, are the two countries not progressing? Now they have development as number one, because there is no clash of the titans again, no supremacy. Malaysia, they have their own value separate. Now Singapore, they have their own value separate. Being two different countries, now they are good neighbors, doing businesses together. They are developing, very developed. Nigeria, till thine kingdom come, if Nigeria still remain as one Nigeria as they used to impose, till thine kingdom come, it will be misery, a place of hell, gnashing of teeth and wailing always. That is why we are saying, ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. There is no way you can do it than end Nigeria. That is the only thing you can do. Now you see all these things will stop. All these things will stop. Direct. If we continue being in one huge mess. Or you look at the Igbo presidency. Okay, imagine we have our nation, Biafra. We have Igbo nation in Biafra, Ijo nation in Biafra, federating a union of states in a nation. Is there any person that will be thinking Igbo presidency? What we'll be thinking about is development. How do we manufacture? How do we even go to space? How do we be in the mainstream world of even trying to invent something? But all these things, the brain we use, or we should use in thinking all these things, in inventing, now no more. We don't need it, because you have to get the land before vying for the mat. No, you get the land first. You will be here thinking of invention in Nigeria. Whereas the Fulani Caliph, the Caliphate are stealing, carrying everything, using their headsmen, conquering everybody. Oh boy, forget about invention first. Let us vie for Igbo presidency, so that when we get Igbo presidency, we can at least reclaim something. It becomes cycle upon cycle upon endless cycle of misery. That is bringing the bleeding. Do you understand? We are giving everybody the final solution, the permanent solution. Nigeria is the misery. Nigeria is the bleeding. Therefore, in order to end the misery and bleeding, you must end Nigeria. Forget about people that are going around, speaking from both sides of their mouths. They want to make Nigeria better, end corruption now, bring a revolution now. Where? Okay. As the north is bleeding, do you remember? I've read a little about the killing of pro-Biafran protesters, 2015, 2016, and they are laughing. They are supporting the police. Do you remember of recent? It was last year when there was NSAS. It started in Delta, in Biafra land. It spread to Lagos. And do you know what? The northern governor, the northerners say we are not in support of NSAS. That SARS are very good. Now we are slaughtering us because they are happy. The caliphate is happy when their arm or their agents are killing us with impunity. They are happy. But now whatever goes around comes around, and they are receiving it from their bandits, from their own created terrorists. When they were asking for Sharia, did we ask with them? Today they are killing themselves. When they want a president, by all means, they imported a foreign jihadists in order to help them get it, arm them to the teeth, and block good luck Jonathan from getting weapons to fight Boko Haram. They were happy. Now they have everything, but they are being rampaged. They never remove the log in their eye. They will come to in Imo State. Is put a state of emergency. They should put state of emergency in the whole of the north, because they are killing them. It's no more news. Abuja Kaduna Road, Kanu Kaduna Road, they are killing people every blessed day, hundreds if not thousands, but they don't solicit for state of emergency. Oh, they want to remove the speck in our eyes, but the log in their own eyes, they fail to see it. Do you see the hypocrisy? And this hypocrisy in Nigeria, it is what is causing the misery. Therefore, ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria is ending Nigeria. That is it. When Biafrans are fighting for justice, or they are fighting injustice for everyone. I mean, they are fighting for justice for everyone. The North is happy. The North is happy, seeing us being killed, and they're happy. Seeing us lying in malls, being shattered to pieces, they are happy. But little did they know that what goes around comes around. I'm not happy for people that are being killed, but it is the reality. We must face the reality. This is a very big lesson. Wherever you see injustice, fight it. You don't need to know the victim. You don't need to no. Fight it, because it can turn around and affect you. That is one thing we Biafrans do. That is why our leader, he campaigned for the release of El Zakzaki. Whenever the Shiites are being killed, he cried on radio, he shouted. But we are not Shiites. We don't need to be Shiites in order to fight against injustice. No. We don't need to be, Hausas in order to fight against injustice. No. Our leader in 2015, he fought for the release of some Boko Haram suspects being detained incommunicado for 3 or 4 years. He hired lawyer attorney for them. Their people thought that they were dead. Do you know why? Because we are Biafrans. We are not the same like these people. Because these people are primates, chimpanzees, monkeys. We are civilized. What is happening in the north is despicable. We fight injustice anywhere we see it. Do you understand? We fight against injustice anywhere we see it. You don't need to be my loved one. Touch my loved one before we fight. That is why we are different. IPOB. That is why God is blessing us, and that is why we must get Biafra. When Biafrans are fighting for justice for everyone, the North is happy. Now they are bleeding profusely, and they are now complaining. This reminds us that no matter what, we should always fight injustice. Fight against injustice, no matter who suffers it. Even if it is meted to your enemy, fight against injustice. When you see they kill Biafrans, the question you should ask is, why are they killing them? Take them to court. If they did anything wrong, convict them, jail them. But they must go through the rule of law. That is how an enlightened fellow speaks. Not blaming. They come to radio or television, channel television, blaming her, but they are looking for another country. Is self-determination, is it bad? Is it against the law? Do you know that no single IPOB family member has been convicted in Nigerian court? Do you know those arrested that we were able to see? No, those that are arraigned to court, no, I say no single, even half, nobody. What does that tell you? That what we are doing, the law is with us. Self-determination is even allowed in the Nigerian constitution, but because people are myopic, people are evil, they don't know this. They say kill them, and now when the killing spreads to your loved one, you start crying. Let us protest because you are evil. You understand? We fight for justice for everybody, including Zakzaki, as I said, and his Shiite group. Even Boko Haram suspects illegally incarcerated, detained. Our leader fought for them. He didn't say no, these are okay, they might be Boko Haram. No. After all, they are the people. No. If they are, bring them to court and prove that they are. If it is jail them. Anything, that is the rule of law. That is what we always subscribe. Not killing, extrajudicial killing or illegal detention. It doesn't make any sense, please. You know, when we talk about enlightenment, people don't understand. Civilization, a civilized mind is always asking this question: why are you killing this man? Or why are you killing this man, this person? If he breaks the law, take him to the courts. Arrest him and take him to the court. But in Nigeria, where primitive Homo sapiens abound, you see them. Now IPOB they are killing. They are saying they want another country. And you see hooligan, not only primitive Homo sapien, but hooligan one speaking, thinking that he go to school because he can speak English on television. Do you see it? What we are doing, ending the misery in Nigeria, equals to ending Nigeria. Without ending Nigeria, the misery and bleeding will continue. It will continue getting even worse and worse. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said that as long as Nigeria sends our security forces to kill us in Biafra land, the North will be run over by terrorists and they will have no home to go back to. This prophecy today is fulfilled. Do you understand? Do you understand me? The forceful amalgamation of Nigeria is to make sure that this misery and bleeding continues, so that the Nigerian creator, which is Britain, will keep on looting us dry. The only solution is for the dismantling of this tool of misery and bleeding, which is Nigeria, because Nigeria is the tool of this misery and bleeding. Stop laughing and being happy on top of your misery. In the name of I believe God now. We know they complain. You should complain because you're a human being. You should complain. You know, if a Igbo man asks you, how are you? You say, I'm fine. Then after you turn around, say, please, I have a problem. You start explaining your problem. You say, but you say you are fine. In all these things, we don't take as anything. but it's something. You are fine. On top of poto poto, you are happy, praising. Oh, let me praise Jesus. In poto, no problem. Oh, there is problem. Because when you recognize that there is problem, you look for solution. When you don't recognize that there is problem, you continue living in that quagmire. Do you understand? Sometimes our people act like the perfect slave. Don't complain. For the benefit of peace, let us live in peace. The same way the slaves lived in peace for 400 years under slavery in America as farm animals. Now don't talk. Now live. Let us this food we eat is the best to beg. Let us be feeding. Instead of fighting evil, some of our people, they tend to make business, to live, get accustomed, acclimatized to that evil and be making a living. It is a very big fault as human beings. It doesn't make you human, honestly. That is why our leader is suffering today in DSS dungeon. He's not suffering because he's a criminal, no. He's not suffering there because he's jobless, no. He's a very bright young man, handsome, with a very beautiful wife and children. But he's suffering there because of you and I. For you to get out of the slavery, for you to get out of the primitive way of reasoning that you do. Now who they are killing? Now leave them. He shoots them. He serves them right. Every time they are protesting, they are protesting. Do they have right to kill? Do you see it? Therefore, we should end Nigeria, because once we end Nigeria, it means ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. That is it. This headline on 2016 also, it said how Nigeria security forces killed 150 pro-Biafran protesters. Amnesty International. When all these things were going on, you see, go to the channel television. Some people are saying, anyway, there is one useless man that used to analyze. When they will laugh, military, once they carry gun, you don't challenge them. Don't be in their presence. They will kill you. Do you see it? How human beings reason. Does the law give the military the legitimacy in order to kill innocent people just for self-determination? The answer is no. But people support them because they are primitive, because they feel that they are doing it to Biafrans. Now the bloodshed is going around, touching everybody, and now people are talking, and they bleeding in the north, and they bleeding. Oh, we are suffering. You never start suffering until Nigeria is shattered, until Nigeria is ended. Everybody should join hands together in order to end that Nigeria, that cage created by Britain, who put everybody one Nigeria, one cage. That is what it means. This is where I'm going to stop. I will open my lines, but before I do that, I will go into few minutes break, so that after I will open my lines. It will not be long anyway. We started late, yes. I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra HAUSA-SERVICE coming to you through Radio Biafra London. Our lines are now open. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. +61 405 142 547. There are people that have been calling prematurely. You can now call. Caller on WhatsApp, hold on. Let me try to pick caller on direct line, please. Let me see. No, it's not coming. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Welcome to the program, please. People should make sure to be brief in their contribution, please. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Welcome to the program. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. You are reconnecting. I don't know. Let me pick this caller on direct line first. What is happening? Let me see. Caller, what's up? Can you hear me?
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program. Please go on.
All right. Yeah, good evening, Mazi Jonathan. May Elohim bless you. I am Mazi Chinedu. I am from Abade in Wangele local government. Me and my wife, me and my children.
My goodness me, what happened? What happened? You can call back, please. I don't know whether it's my touch or anything. Call on WhatsApp, go on, please. Welcome to the program.
Good evening, Mazi Jonathan.
Welcome to the program.
And thank you very much for your dedication and your duty. My name is Chinedu. I'm calling from Italy, aka Chris. I just want to chip in something. I'm being so worried, totally worried. I've been thinking since this struggle started and what I've been doing in this struggle and the effort our leader has made and the IP members all over the world, our effort. So I now made a very big observation that we are not fighting Fulani. We are not fighting British actually directly. We are not also fighting Fulani directly. Those that we are fighting are the Igbo governors. These are the people we are fighting. I'm not just thinking what is the solution we can do to these people, because these people are our problem. Our really problem is these politicians in Biafra land. They are the one making things hard for us. Do you know, these are the people that brought military, recruiting some people from Biafra land, call them Ebubaga, call them no government and a lot of things. And they have been killing their people. In the past program of our leader, many people called and they demanded that these politicians should be dealt with. But I don't think that our leader was too good. He didn't carry any action about that. But I think it's time we carry the action. We should leave other people and fight the politicians first. We fight them and make sure that we defeat them and face the enemy then. Because the major enemy we have now is the politicians. Look at all of Biafra land, from left to right, from south to east, from north to west, not from Enugu to the southern Biafra land, and see how the politicians have been the one fighting their own people, killing their own people, wasting blood, wasting life, despite the fact that our leader have given them the remedy for the solution to this problem. None of this remedy they have even achieved one. Put on even they allow the seaport to work, the airport to work, everything, nothing has been done. and yet they are busy making sure that they suppress us and they kill our people. And we are looking at them. It's a high time we start to do something about them. And I had some issues concerned. We had about 1 million march before our leader, before COVID exploded. I don't know what the US are doing. Now our leader has been incarcerated. Why can't we think about this 1 million march and march it in a place, an appropriate place that we can go and march that, demand that our leader must be released? If that is UN National Assembly meeting or whatever they want to hold their meeting, or G8 or G9 or G whatever they call it, we march there as a people and demand that our leader should release without any condition.
Are you also considering this COVID-19 that stopped the? Are you considering it also? Because they have not stopped.
Of course I know, but there's movement. If you have vaccination, you can move. I think so. The social distance has been somehow went underground. What I'm looking about now is the green pass of any other thing, because I can see the social distance are not much demanded now in any place, but what they're seeking for is the green pass. So we afford to do it. Thank you. That's my contribution. So we can do something and make sure that we demand for the release of our leader. Because looking at this, Igbo politicians or Biafra politicians, they can hold off for like this for over 1 year, 10 years. Thank you very much.
There we are not depending on them anyway. We are not depending on anybody. You understand? Please let me pick this caller on direct line. I don't know. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? I had somebody on air before, but he's gone. I don't know why.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, caller on direct line. Please welcome to the program. Go on. Call us on Skype and I say Skype, Signal and WhatsApp. Hold on. Go on, caller on direct line. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, I'm hearing you.
Please go on. Once I pick your call, go on.
My name is
Mazi, are you in a hole?
My name is Wisdom.
Speak like a Biafran, or if you have earpiece, remove it, please.
Hello.
Go on, please. Go on. You know, it's you are killing your airtime. Go on, please.
Please, I'm calling from Iguacha.
There we go.
Please, our FM is not on. That's my major problem.
The what? The radio?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Not on.
Yeah, I know. But use any other means first, because things are going on and work is going on. I assure you. But for the meantime, you can use any method in order to listen to Radio Biafra, our community radio app, if you have a smartphone or satellite. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
There you see.
I love your listening program. So thank you, sir. God bless you, sir.
And you too. There you see.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
There
Thank you.
I have a caller. This caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. You have been here, but I don't know. Your network is not so strong. Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? My goodness me. What? Can you hear me? Call on WhatsApp. No. Call on Signal. Please go on. Thank you for holding on, Mazi. Can you hear me? Call on Signal.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. Am I coming out?
You are coming out clear. Please go on.
Okay, Mazi, Jonathan, good evening from here. May bless you. This is Mazi Aka speaking. Before I proceed, I want to let the whole world know, all the lovers of freedom, that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains a prisoner of conscience, and The world should.
I will read that press release even, but I keep it towards the end of the program. Go on, please.
Okay, my brother. Our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a prisoner of conscience, and the whole world should stand up to do the needful before it will be too late. And we IPOBians and Biafrans at the large, we are asking the Nigerian government to release our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because they have no case with him. And I'm still saying it that every man or any man or woman planning evil against our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my prayer always is that before they come close to him, both those talking about poison, before they come close to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, may Chukwu Gikabiama destroy them and their family. And so shall it be. He said, Mazi, just as you are saying today, how the Northerns now are lamenting, this is exactly the prophecy our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu here on this hallowed platform. He said it, that they will come to Biafra land to kill us. By the time they will go back, they will have no place to stay. And some of them that will remain, by the time they will turn back to go back where they came from, they can never find any place to stay. This is just the new beginning. How they've been killing our people all this time. See, this Chukwu Kikabiama we are calling, he fight for those who cannot be able to defend themselves. These people have committed so much atrocity in that so-called animal kingdom called Nigeria that people are watching what these people are doing. Even under the president of Jonathan, they conspired and formed Boko Haram. By this, they are dead Buhari to make sure they will corrupt the government of Jonathan. That Jonathan government is weak. They plan to go and kidnap children in the school. And they were using it as a very big hammer on the government of Jonathan. Today, what is happening? You see, we the Biafran people, all we are asking the world is to do the justice, because the more Nigeria stay as a one people, this is one almighty Nigeria, the more people will be dying. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is trying to save the indigenous, not even only Biafra. He's fighting for every indigenous person in that zoological country called Nigeria, that they will be free too, because it will pay them more good. They can be able now to think how to develop their places. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have told them, oil is not the problem. That we are going to pipe oil even outside our country, to even a neighboring country, because at Biafrans we don't depend on oil. We have brain. We are very intelligent people. We can manufacture something with our brain. Today, Japan, do they have oil? No. But today people can talk about Japan because they know what it is. When you have independence, when you have freedom, you have everything. In my conclusion, I want to ask our people, please, let us join hands together to make sure that our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will be released unconditionally. Those of you working very hard to keep on doing what you are doing, most especially I'm calling our brothers and sisters here in Austria, please stand on your feet. You know what time it is, and you know the work in our hands. Let us keep on working hard under the leadership of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and DOS, led by Mazi Chinedu, that at the end of this journey, all of us will have every cause to say, yes, we have done it again. We did it in 2015, we can also do it in 2021. Mazi, thank you so much.
And you too. Thank you. Remain blessed. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Please continue holding on. Let me try to pick this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, welcome to the program. Please go on. No, the call is dropped. Okay, caller on WhatsApp, thank you for holding on. Can you hear me, caller on WhatsApp?
I can hear you. Mas Jonathan, good evening.
There, well, welcome to the program.
My name is HK. I'm calling you from Lagos.
There, well.
Yeah, I thank God for people like you that has been consistent in educating us, irrespective against all the whole odds, irrespective of the circumstances everybody is facing.
Mazi, go on. Are you still there?
I can hear you, Matt Jonathan.
Go on. Don't stop. Go on.
I've been an ardent listener of your preaching and your topic all the time, and to a reasonable extent, I've been enlightened from almost every topic you bring out each day. But what I want to say is, I think one of the greatest challenges we have about this struggle is internal. That is within the space of Biafran land. We have the internal enemy that is much greater than our, whether we are calling Nigeria Fulani or any other people. I think we need to deal decisively with people that are sabotaging the struggle of Biafra, directly, indirectly. Those that are in government, in state government, in local government, those that are indirectly making input that is discouraging the Biafran struggle. I wouldn't want to mention any names, but we understand that these enemies of Biafrans, which is Nigeria, can never get to us without these internal enemies that are within us. And it has been unfortunate that even during 1967 to 1970 Biafran War, it was also an internal enemy that destroyed the victory of Biafrans. And what I will urge IPOB to do is to sit back, sit down. DOS should comport themselves and reason more on how to deal with internal enemy, because from there that we'll be able to begin to have a greener space to push out for what we want without much interruptions. Because this Nigerian factor or federal government of Nigeria to stop Biafran restoration would never be possible without these internal enemies, whether those that have infiltrated IPOB as a so-called IPOB members, or those that are in government of Nigeria, in local government, state government, or federal level. We need to be more focused on these people that have sworn to destroy the Biafran struggle by every means. They push their motive in different formats. They push their motive in churches. They push their motive in various ways. For the past 2 months, I've been in the East, and I carefully studied the movement and how things were going there. And I must say that to a reasonable extent, IPOB has been very, very strong to dominate the eastern, especially the southeast, eastern part of Nigeria. But this sabotage, this internal sabotage, is actually what is eating up the effort of IPOB for all these years. And if we did not look closely on how to deal with them, I don't think we will ever get a very viable means of achieving this Biafran restoration. Because it's from this point that we can actually know how to face our external enemies. I pray that DOS, God will give them more wisdom to do more calculations and more qualitative reasoning on which format to take in every of their decisions to get effective results. I also pray that they will not lack all the self-esteem and the moral fiber to push on in this difficult time, that so many attacks are coming internally to destroy them. And I also pray that those of you that are in media will continue to push on to teach us more, to know what we did not know, because information is, to a lot extent, is the power we need to be resilient. So I also pray that God will grant you people more wisdom to teach us more, and also not to be deterred by the sabotage and all the dirty utterances, both in the social media and all everywhere.
Thank you.
And that God, at the end of everything, will grant us with Biafra. Thank you.
We must continue. Let me pick this call before I make a comment. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? No. If I pick a call after, it will drop. Yes, we have internal enemies, those that are allow themselves to be used. Caller on direct line, can you hear me?
Mazi,
there, well, welcome to the program.
My name is Kirimen Chika from Obingaba, but I recall for the Republic to tell you, Mazi. Mazi, I say, making Krowa keep all of you alive. I pray making Krowa keep you alive and give you good health. And America, one of Biafra land, the low man who is a friend of Maya, and I in Israel. Today, he's still holding the good by his hand, he's still fighting. Suffering for us is not easy, but God protect him. He's going to come out from that place victorious. That's what I want just to add this night. I want to shoot in the program. For I myself, my own view, I would prefer not to blame the white people. Even Fulani, I will never blame Fulani. Do you know why? Because white people, they fight, they conquer us for their own betterment, for the betterment of their own race. That was today. They are the ones ruling the world. They are on top of the world because they have make it. It's not easy. They have made it. And today, Fulani are also trying to colonize us the same way the white people come in our land to colonize us and conquer us. And Fulani are the second colonization who have come to conquer everybody as well as the white people. And Fulani are fighting hard now in order to make their own way. So, if we should talk about what is happening in the north, what the problem is this, that everybody should know. Nigeria is hellfire. Nigeria is hellfire. Nigeria is land of hypocrites. All of them in Nigeria, they are all liars. Most of them know the truth, but they are liars because of what they are benefiting from the sector. That was why black man, the problem of black man, I would say, it started from that geographical area called the Zoological Republic. You see, people, if you go to the north now, there are some politicians in that there are HAUSAs and other tribes who are also politicians. If you come to the west, there are also politicians there. In our land, there are also politicians. But those politicians can never come out in order to tell that let Nigeria divide into two, because what they are doing is to patch. When you buy a tire and the tire keep on spoiling, what you have to do is to enjoy your ride, is to throw the tire away and buy new one. Then you cannot drive and enjoy your drive. But patching the tire will still make you to delay your journey, because if you get somewhere, the tire is still bust. So people know that Nigeria is on the terrible, but they are passionate because of what they are getting. And the only people that will make this nation to do what, to separate or to divide in order to save life is only honored individually. Honored people, the masses. Now in that view, there are activists in the north, also activists in the west, even in our land. But all of them, they are supposed to be agitating, backing the only savior that has come to save us in our own generation, in our own time. What did they choose to do? They are supporting the evil government because of what they are gaining, in order to press the people so that the government will continue going, so that people will be dying. That is why black people represent darkness, and that's what they are, because by their fruit we shall know them. You see, they have activists All these are the ones that are supposed to be championing the separation of the country because of how the country has come to be in order to massacre their own people. But what are doing? They are doing nothing in order to support evil. Now, if you go to the other side, the clergymen, some of them, what did they do? They are still benefiting from the same system. The government are paying them just to continue telling their followers to pray that Jesus will come from Israel and now come and check that government and make a revolution happen and keep a good government that will favor them tomorrow. That's what they are reasoning. And every day they are praying, calling God, besetting God, while they throw lies in their hands. You see? Most of them are going with the security men, with the army and police, but their followers are going with the sticker and ordinary water. And if you don't attack them, they will call the policemen that are going to fight and kill you. But when their members are being killed, they ask you to say that God will fight their battle. Is he not a hypocrite? That is why, if I were God, I would say let God create them, let everybody perish in that land, because they are a bunch of liars, hypocrites, and criminals, because they know the truth. Some of them know the truth, but they are diverting the truth. They know the real problem. How can people with different value system and ideology be together as a country? It can never happen, because it's just like a what they call it, a jungle. In a jungle territory where animals, there is no law that binds them. That was why the stronger was always in the weaker ones to become a king. But in the zoo, there are laws that bind them. What is that law? Because every animal stay on his own portion. Lion can never go to cat portion. A snake can never make it move to look at that side. All of them stay in their portion. That is the law that binds them, and they respect themselves. But in the jungle, the hyena eats cheetah. Cheetah eats a bush fowl. Bush fowl eats antelope, because there's no law that are binding together. They are fighting to each other in order to be king and then threat. Now, Fulanis have come to hyena. They have come a lion. They have now changed themselves to a lion. They are now fighting to each those that are peaceful, that cannot react, in order to make their own way to conquer, to rule, to dominate. Are you going to blame them? You blame the people. You blame the people who are supporting them to conquer. And they are winning. Now, when they pray on Friday, they say, Allah Obao, God is great. And after saying, they go to one day win. But you, the other people have come to conquer you. You know the reality. You know the problem. You know what is facing you.
Mazi, summarize. Thank you. Summarize, please.
Ourselves to come out and face the reality. We are rejecting God. Waiting for the Jesus to come from Israel and fight for us. Mazi, the problem of black African man, I don't know how to describe it, because black African man supports evil, and when they're telling them truth, they'll be shouting, they'll be angry, and what they're telling them is the simple truth that they have to.
Thank you, Mazi. Thank you.
You know, in Biafra,
thank you.
What the preacher is word of God. That is what the preacher is word of God. Mazi, good night.
There will remain blessed. Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp. Thank you for holding on for 6 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp.
Yes, I can hear you.
Welcome to the program. Please go on.
Thank you very much. My name is Manuel. I'm speaking from my location. Thank you very much, my Jonathan. Oh yeah, today's topic. I want to start from Imo State. The problem in Imo State is something that any reasonable human being, if you think about it from the beginning to now, you become another thing. since I was born to today, I know the age I'm today, I've never seen a country like Nigeria. I've never heard in history of a place like that before. How can somebody Ihedon won election and he was way in? He ruled Imo State for almost 7 months. They go to court, number one. Ihedon had won PDP. They go to appeal court. Ihedon had won PDP. All of a sudden, the Fulanis remove this man and install a criminal, number 4, to be a governor of a country, of a state. And people just look at it very simple like that. Now, this evil man have come up to do the work of their masters. You have seen what is going on in Imo State right from the day to today. The worst is on the way coming. The worst. This is just the beginning. So when I conclude in my own thinking, I come to the standard that black man has problem according to our leader. Because I feel before now, a lot of black people, especially the Igbo race, will be thinking far more than they suppose by now. But surprise, surprise, you can see Igbo man choose to be a slave by being a saboteur to destroy his future and unborn generation. Igbo man by now does not suppose to attack this freedom, because Igbo man was hated from the beginning of Nigeria till today. You can see every corner Igbo man was hated all around. And a little chance God gave them to break this chain, they are attacking our leader. They are attacking IPOB. I'm concluding to say black people, Igbo people, Nigeria in general, if they fail this opportunity, whatever a white man did to black man, I have not pity for black man. The black man deserve it. Because before now, black man supposed to reason as a human being. White people are listening to our leader, and they know that our leader is trying to open the eyes of black people. But some of them refuse because of money. They want to be a slave. Every country of the whole world, Igbo man is there. What are you doing? Nothing. Many of them are in prison. Many of them are in prison. Many of them cannot even have the money to pay for their transport to go back to where they come from. Many of them has disappeared all over the whole world. But the little chance they have to think, to support, they want to destroy it. That means that the black race, that means that the Nigerians, that means they are useless. If I see anybody in my house, for example, is a Nigerian, he is defending Nigeria. If I see a goat inside my house, I will kill the Nigerian. I will kill a Nigerian and save the goat, because Nigeria does not reason as a human being. Look at how the Fulani has destroyed Nigeria. They have imported criminals and they come and take over almost Nigeria now. And inside that place, somebody is talking about election 2023. Just to conclude, to tell you that the black people are idiots. I have no mercy for black man who say he's a Nigerian. I regret to be a black man. Our leaders have suffered so much to prove to these criminals. You are running to so many countries to disturb people who have arranged their country to be in normal form. For you to do your own, you are destroying it. You say you are a human being. What a shame of idiots, black race. Shame to you, idiots. Thank you very much, my Jonathan. It's a pity that we find ourselves that place. But I think by the grace of God, we do everything we have to open the eyes. Whoever is ready, let him in here. Who is not ready, let him die and go to hell.
There, well, thank you. Remain blessed. Let me say this. I don't know. The phone is buzzing. Let me say this before I continue, please. You know, when people that are listening, some people might be feeling bad the way maybe like some of us speaks here, like our brother. It's not that it's insulting, please. When you check the most insult, let us, this verbal talk, you know, we are trying to talk sense into ourselves. The most insult, listen, the most insult is when they see a black man, you know, they look at you as a misery itself. That is the most insult. When they look at you as a black person living with the whites, they look down on you as a lower human being. That is the most insult. Do you understand? So all these things, we are trying to make sure that we talk sense into ourselves. The damage done into our psyche for decades or hundreds of years, it's not easy to remove it, you know, immediately. You know, the problem we are having today as black race is this: we have people that are more developed. That is the Europeans. We have them that is, you know, caging us. You know, during their time, they didn't have people that were more developed. Instead, they were competing. They were all developing at the same pace. When you had the French Revolution, it spread to England, it spread to Spain. You know, they are imitating, they are competing among themselves for excellence. They didn't have no higher developed people that are trying to push them down as we have today. That is the most unfortunate thing. And that is why, you know, we must get this enlightenment by fire, by force. And people should not be frustrated, because what we are doing, it is entering. I'm telling you. IPOB, we think like civilized people. We reason. And we want to spread it to every other people. Every other people. So that people will start reasoning. By that time, you understand that, yes, things are moving. But we must continue. I think I have somebody that is on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Thanks for holding on. You can go on, please. Mazi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Mazi. Good morning, Mazi. Mazi Jonathan from Dubai here. I remain Mazi Milimalugo.
There were.
Mazi Jonathan Wachineka, must thank you very much. And I thank Chukwu Okike Abiama who gave you this wisdom to be educating our people. I urge you, please, after this program, let this broadcasting be continue to be repeating itself to our people. Our people need more educated. So that our people will be start to be thinking like a human being, not like an animal. In fact, we black people is the problem of ourselves. We black people is the problem of ourselves. Only the black people will see somebody that came to save them. They will start against that very. Only black people love to be a slave forever and ever. Black people love to excavate all over the world and doing a lot of dirty work to white people. And the white people love it like that because they have seen us as an animal. That is why they call us black monkey, because we don't want to help ourselves. But IPOB, this generation will liberate Biafra. And Mazi Jonathan, we need to do a lot of cleanup in our land. Just as our brother that called from Lagos said, we need to do a lot of cleanup. I say cleanup in our land. You know what I mean by cleanup? We need to do a lot of cleanup in our land because we need to do a lot of cleanup in our land, Mazi Jonathan. I thank you, Mazi. I thank you, Great Biafra. Start firm, IPOB. We are winning the war. We are winning the war, and we are telling Nigeria government to release our innocent leader, because Nnamdi Kanu is the end of the road to Nigeria. Mazi, thank you. I don't want to say much this night. Let's go, Kabiama, bless you. Thank you, Mazi.
And you too. There, well, thank you. Let me try to get this caller on direct line that has been calling Mazi. Can you hear me? Call on direct line.
Can you imagine, Jonathan? Can you hear me, sir?
And the whole world is hearing you. Please go on.
Jonathan, we need to do a lot of cleanup. Jonathan, clean up. Imagine, I'm from Omawalu province, Biafra. I'm calling from our province, Biafra land. The West Coast, I know. They can't even give us electricity. Not even one single road with the chopper, with the transport, with the propaganda. And we buy this shaggy. How I will buy? I know not Japan, I know not Jamaica, whatever I know. Hey! Come on, can't have one of them over there. Get up to do what? Come and kill everyone of us that's not fully him. Complete not. Common sense. Only the time I say me that but after you should go to Taco. Every time I say they push each other for a moment. I got what I second. I was leadership, yeah. I feel come to rescue the world. From heaven, that don't understand people. The Nnamdi Kanu, because Kadam and someone says, what I said that I had to share to you. Never ends the how much cost over for you? But I'm a really bishop. That is not an Purba. The now most of these men go, watch it. Oh, the guy, I don't have to just and I'm back up, I respect to you. What I was
ọnwa wachi ya kpọtara anyị wachi biri n'ọchị sponsor ha dakwara iwu na kenti na Britain nọkwara nsogbu maka ọbụla anyị mere bed anyị ga-ama n'otu o si mee ndị ara mbeka gwakwa ihe wepụta ndị tupozo chukwu osika na ọkakọ na-ero kaadị ọ bụrụ nkịta ọkpọkọrọ n'ọnụ otu mmiri osemọt o ji amadi ọha chukwu n'elu ụwa akpụ nwa na afọ nwere ozi abụọ gịle ka ha were anya ha kweta tenancy na scientific education maternity na support sanitary state the seven number to defend ojú tenancy education because of the same akwai na Isaiah chapter 52 from verse 1 to end then Isaiah chapter 53 from verse 1 to end then atagela ọwachi kukweta ọmọdé tó kẹkẹ igbo ogwe tenancy tupu kẹmẹ mẹrẹ gẹti pé n'aka ndị iro ka iwu ike ṣe ibu ya profitability wedo ẹlọwala àti na-abịa n'ihu one way ahịa sabotua all the children season that this day we play game there. Nigeria is a fraud. Any system where you come, I am a hand of God. Everybody give back there now. Come and cut away. The kingdom of heaven of earth, life. So whatever I don't know if it's very effective, but that's a ticket of application. That's a ticket. Whether no second. Then that is about to Second Thessalonians chapter 2. Second Thessalonians chapter 2. Get by all this about akadede dokalezo elo bana me man about why na dey take it that na ke ru kwata from abola na if well akonu horo how did you just Romans chapter 9 from verse 1 to 10 Jana Romans chapter 10 from verse 1 to 10 and the same Romans chapter 11 from verse 1 to makana kidunu ne koma o le megele ko ba o do no bishop na I swear no ni he o no kuka chona how is the religion all not follow the project for a people really like a position of project to every single issue problem. After Roman money, nobody knows Jaga. I come and I will water. My father, myself, Papa was a kind plan of the all kinds of other countries people. But the back I keep word of question I got discussing. Upon whom, Fulani, Best Maccabi.
Mazi, please round up.
We not that. But that's not a bit chapter 5 from that 1 to the Bible to 11. The words are coming, but we have to make that. You see that you cannot bring that. I want to say that I know God. Therefore, you go to market chapter 4. Market chapter 4 from 1 to 10.
Mazi, round up.
That's we went over chapter 4 from verse 1. Then they begin to lie. Oh, you have a woman who on a 50. Make over God, minute to put back. I went there, I have to take that. I would. It's so cool to pass all I what money look at no. After a month about Christmas to build the money come this cannot be a liar. I have part of Mama and Mama no,
Oh, help Biafra there. There, caller on WhatsApp. You be the last caller, please. You be the last caller. Welcome to the program. Mazi, can you hear me?
Thank you for giving me. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Mazi. Jonathan.
The Korage.
My name is Simon. I am calling from Ameria, Spain. Simon is from Umaka. Thank you for this your wonderful program today. And like as previous caller said, we should be doing it, but there's no time. Our people need to hear, but they are hearing. Sometimes people ask me, they call me, why this? I don't do this, I don't do that. If you know why you are here, you will know that what we are here to do is fight for generation. Like as our leader said,
early days in 2014. It's not gonna be easy because I asked him, what do you call this movement struggle? That is because it's not gonna be easy, it's gonna be rocky, it's gonna be shaky. That is why a day he made one of his prayer. There's a prayer I remember he pray. That prayer give me going in any situation. There's a prayer he said, allow me to worship Chukwu Okike Abiama. There was a stage at that time. In that time, 2014, we did a lot of things. People that joined, think after our atonement, he made that prayer. That prayer he said, allow me to worship Chukwu Okike Abiama. Those of you who were ordained for this struggle. And Mazi Jonathan, you know, the way he explained it to our people, that's why sometimes I say common sense. Common sense is not common because I had somebody talking about where we are, or anybody talking or praising Nigeria, or you like your topic, ending the bleeding. The ending the bleeding is something you are seeing. Bed bug, get out here in the neighbor. You know, Nigeria is like bedboard in our blood. How long? Sometimes I ask how long. There was a time our leader said, our people are lame, our people are women. No more cadres in our wife for. That only what will make us woman is when we go and get Biafra. That was 2014. They are talking about his prophecy. What of his prophecy of 2015, where he said they talk about this Fulani jihadists and Boko Haram when we come to slaughter our people. When he was talking about give us God to defend our land. But I know he loves our people. That is why he gave him the wisdom to form ESN. No matter that we are doing anything the way we can, anyhow we can support. That's why we'll have this counter. Look at the north. I can't see her. You guys don't know what it is. The north will be slaughtering themselves because every one of them have their own militia. It become a business. All the whole Sudanese Janjaweeds are in Nigeria. And when we are talking it, our people follow Colour's name. But thank God today. Those of them that were ordained, those of them that were born for this struggle, because we made them to know this is different type of Igbo people. Mazi, let me say this, 2015, before Jonathan lose the election, because when I told them that Jonathan will lose the election, but I must say the truth because he didn't do what we told him to do. I could remember when our leader was telling Jonathan, declare Biafra and run away, we will defend you. And then me here, one Nigeria, upon what he did to the north. They condemned me. That time, it was during that meeting, Obasanjo was there. David Cameron was there. Do not allow them to join. Do not allow them to know who they are. I was there. But Nnamdi did it. Bring us together. That is why I know. Immediately he stepped out of this family. You're over. Because there's no family you can belong in the world that have sacrificed what IPOB have sacrificed to date. That's why our leader said before we came, there were no people like us. There is. And after where we go, there won't be people like us. There won't be. Because this is a male generation to fight for the freedom. Protect every one of you that hit this call, that are still here. Hold on. Do not fall out. Remember the goal. Why we're here, why every one of us is here to end the problem that Biafra must be restored. In this our own generation, Philip Biafra said, treat the offspring of Biafrans well. Because if you don't, they're gonna grow up and demand for it, and they're gonna get it. And this is what we are doing now. Oh, hey Biafra, sign off from here.
Oh, Mr. Biafra, thank you very much. Thank you, Mazi. This is where I'm going to switch off the phones. Please do not call. I'm no more taking. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, we must continue what we are doing. There is no going back because there is no back to go to. That is the worst part of it. So let me read this press release. IPOB press release, Mazi, of today being the 17th of December 2021. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, now a prisoner of conscience. Following the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria without proper documentation for doing so, and long incarceration and detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in DSS custody, we, the global movement and family of the indigenous people of Biafra, wish to state categorically to the people of the world that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is now declared prisoner of conscience. In 2015, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was first arrested and subjected to a egregious violation of his fundamental rights. After his miraculous escape from the military invasion of his home in 2017, he was abducted in Kenya and renditioned to Nigeria in June this year. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has been in DSS detention in Abuja ever since then. We therefore have to inform the world, mostly civilized countries on Africa continent, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for the freedom and self-determination of his people, because under the United Nations Charter, to which Nigeria is a signatory, self-determination is not a crime. Under the African Union Charter, to which Nigeria is a signatory, self-determination is not a crime. Under the laws of the Federation of Nigeria, particularly at Article 20, Cap A9, self-determination is not a crime. As a matter of fact and law, self-determination is recognized as a right, both domestically and internationally. Above all, self-determination is a political opinion which is recognized as a fundamental right under the Nigerian Constitution. It is a matter of public record that hundreds of concerned citizens exercising their rights to peaceful protest protested the incarceration of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but were massacred in cold blood by the Nigerian security services. Many more were arrested without trial. Some disappeared and have never been found till today. During the military invasion of his residence, codenamed Operation Python Dance, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was almost killed save for his miraculous escape. In 2021, he was kidnapped by the Nigerian government in Kenya and subjected to extraordinary rendition to Nigeria against his will and against all norms and rules of international law. In both instances, he committed no offense known to law. He only advocated self-determination for his people and all oppressed people in Nigeria. He did so peacefully by articulating the decades of oppression, marginalization, inequality, apartheid, brutality, and genocide to which his people and all oppressed peoples in Nigeria have been subjected. And in light of those grievances, he demanded a referendum on self-determination and self-rule for the indigenous people of Biafra and all aggrieved groups and lovers of freedom. In doing so, he bore no malice nor hate against any group. He only demanded self-determination as enshrined in the African Charter and the United Nations Charter, both of which Nigeria is signatory. In peacefully articulating the grievances of an injured and oppressed people, and in seeking self-determination for all such people, Nnamdi Kanu broke no law within or outside Nigeria. The indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, has been and remains a peaceful organization devoid of any hate or violence, and totally committed to its aims and objectives through peaceful democratic means as recognized by international law. Having regards, therefore, to all of the above and his continued extrajudicial detention, we hereby declare Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a prisoner of conscience. We do so because, like Nelson Mandela, he broke no law nor committed any offense. He only advocated freedom for his people from decades-long apartheid-level oppression and tyranny. We use this opportunity to put the world on notice on the ongoing extrajudicial detentions, persecutions, and widespread human rights violations in Nigeria. In the same vein, we call on the United States, the great states of Israel, the European Union, the African Union, the United Nations, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and all of us of freedom to intervene before it is too late. Comrade Emma for Media and Publicity Secretary for IPOB. We must continue. Our leader is a prisoner of conscience, of course, because he never committed any crime. So, as I said before, like one of our brothers, Mazi, I think he talked about what Hope Uzodinma, who is now living in Abuja, to run Imo State. You see, that's what I'm saying. When you fail to fight evil, evil will touch everybody. It will come to touch, it will grow to touch you. When Hope Uzodinma was imposed as a Supreme Court governor in Imo State, yes, some people came out to protest. Our leader called for protest. Let no person agree. And you know what? Before you know, the commissioners in Imo State, all of them, PDP and all, they have jumped to support Hope, to welcome him. Traditional rulers, I will never forget Ohaneze Ndigbo making statements with Iwanyanwo particularly, telling Emeka Ihedioha to go and sit down, that otherwise he will become a political leper. I will not forget that statement. Ojobiama in our people, I say, look, these are the perfect slave. This is why we are suffering. You know, the other day I told you, I read the news about Indians that protested, Indian farmers, for 1 year non-stop. Our people is this. You know, anything that comes, they become acclimatized. They want to, even if it's evil, they want to live under that evil as far as they can get their food. That is why I liken it to animals. Go to Ariara, people are living on shit, you know, raw shit, living there. I lived in Aba for some time when I was going to school. Every time you are jumping, sometimes if rainfall you cannot move out because there is no road. Jumping, sometimes they carry you. You know, people are living in a real pure shit, defecation, and people are happy about it. There I say, no, we have defied all odds to become the lowest of the low. This type of situation, some race will never take it. It doesn't matter you slaughter them, they don't take it. They say no. Instead of us to live like this way, all of us die. But in our land, anything they go back, they will no do a beg. We can be, as far as we can be eaten. This Hope Uzodinma, had it been all and as our leader continue hammering on radio, inciting people to rise up because this is normal, it is evil that is coming. Our leader saw it. Lo and behold, Indio Kenyakara now, people that what we see, we small boys, IPOB small boys, what we see climbing a skyscraper. Or what we cannot see, even climbing skyscraper, they have seen it while sitting down. You see that these are evil, simply evil men and women parading in the name of elders. I said, Google it, you might see it. Iwanya who made a statement, he told you not to challenge anything that is the apex court. Otherwise, he will become a political leper. That they should support Hope Uzodinma. Today, what is going on? He cannot even rule from his own state. He's in Abuja. Like Okpa Biasika governing during the war, the East Central State, from Dodambara, from Lagos. The same thing. When we see evil, we sniff. We are like sniffer dogs. We sniff evil from far, and we start hammering, telling our people to fight. But you see people that always they are, one Nigeria for peace to reign. Please, don't talk, don't do. Leave. It's one Nigeria. You see how they try to make people believing like simple animals. Today, what is happening? Those that welcomed him, he gave some people SUVs, I mean traditional rulers. These are the people he's killing, paying the price. Had it been everybody rose up in the state and said no, support those that are protesting, everybody, every nook and corner, the commissioners that ran away, just jump the fence and join him, everybody said no, we are not, it concerns us, not in Abuja. Most of them wouldn't have been there, and these killings wouldn't have been taking place. But lo and behold, when we insult here, you feel bad, but that is the reality. Lower animals always looking for their food. I say they live in Poto. As far as food is there, they'll be licking it from the sheet. As far as food is there to feed their belly. That is why Che Guevara ran away from Africa. When he was on Anoyo Konobi about liberation, anywhere he saw injustice, he want to go and fight against injustice. He come to Africa to help Africa regain independence. Lo and behold, those that he didn't know that these are not human beings like him. They are not equal human beings like him. These are people that fought for their daily belly. What matters to black man, typical black man, is the stomach. Can I eat? As far as even if they are slapping him, they are subjugating him under slavery, he doesn't care. He will be laughing, accepting it. As far as he's feeding. Do you see what we are saying? Do you understand where we are going? Why we are suffering? Do you understand it? We are trying to revise us back so that we go back to our dignity. We have our dignity. Instead of living our dignity, sacrificing our dignity for anything, for cheap life. In the name of you get small crumbs, he give you SUV, 4-wheel drive. Hey, chief. We support him now. All these wrong assertions, very wrong mantras coming out from their mouth. Today, everybody is paying the price. That's it. So whenever you see, I love this enlightenment. That is civilization. Enlightenment, it brings civilization, development, advancement. Because the way you reason becomes different. When you see evil, you fight it. People say, why you cannot agree? Say, no. IPOB, we don't forget. We go back and revive history. We bring it back to remind you, because we don't forget. Do you understand? When you are enlightened, when you see injustice, you fight. You don't need to just. If you see okoko na boshi chopoya, because you don't know who will eat the leg. That is what we do. That is enlightenment. You've enlightened the mindset, mentality. You see people that are being slaughtered anywhere, you are against it. Even if it is you are passive, they say, no, why are you supporting? But these are our enemies. Say, no, it doesn't matter. Injustice is injustice. It doesn't matter. We can be enemy in any way, but once it comes to injustice, I fight against it. That is an enlightened mind. And that is what our leader has taught us. He portrayed it when he was in Kuje prison. He fought for and liberated some Boko Haram suspects. He said, okay, they are suspects, right? Why can't you send them to court? Instead of saying that just they are suspects, you keep them incommunicado, telling their parents thought that they have died. What is it? Is injustice? Some people will say, oh, is a Boko Haram. I beg, it serves them good. Let them stay there and die. You see, it's the mindset of orangutan, a primate. I beg, let not be those bad people. Leave them to die. Why? Why will you leave them to die? If they approve that they are the bad people, the bad guys, that's why a country have courts. That's why they have arms of government, in order to enforce the law. Do you understand? But lo and behold, Nigeria is not. You know, in our land today, when you call, even in my place, there is no government presence. There is complete breakdown of law and order. Hope of them is running away, but he will meet his demise. Maybe you don't know that person that is cooking for him is the person that will strike him down one day. He is running. He's in Abuja, isn't he? He's in Abuja giving order for slaughtering of our people. But we hear his story. He will not. Let me keep quiet. We are here to make sure that Biafra is restored, so that this misery and the bleeding, which is called Nigeria, because Nigeria is misery, will be removed from our neck. Therefore, join hands together. Let's join hands together. It doesn't matter who you are, as far as you are an indigenous person in that zoo called Nigeria. This is your chance. Support what we are doing in any way. Look at what our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is suffering, so that you and I will be free, whether indigenous people from the north, so that you will have the opportunity to speak, to choose what you want, not for Lugard to create one big mess and put everybody and say you must be one Nigeria. Remove this hatred of the Igbos that is killing. That is what is destroying you. Is killing. Is destroying everybody in Nigeria. You see this hatred that the caliphate, Britain through the caliphate, they stimulated this hatred against Igbos in any guise. It is what is destroying everybody in Nigeria. But we must continue. After all, the Jews, they hated them for centuries, if not for millennium. But today they are one of the world powers, whether you like it or not, because they are now in control of their destiny, their own destiny. When they were all over Europe building everywhere, they are making money, they are progressing, they are advancing in one Europe. But anything that happens, anytime the Europeans want, they will gather them and slaughter them, destroy their properties, or take it over. But the time comes, the apex reached in 1939 to 1945, the Second World War, when they were slaughtered by Hitler. They said, no, this one, you don't pass, don't be silly. Those that are saying, no, let us wait till we will lose our properties in Europe. Let us not go to, we have no other place than Europe. The Zionists say, to hell with all of you. You stay in Europe, you die. They left them and went, Exodus. And you see all of them coming. Now they are happy, living in their own land. The same thing today. You see some of all this no, one Nigeria. Let us maintain Nigeria. Nigeria is a big space for us to function. When I look at these people, I say, come on. Why are you deceiving yourself, thinking that you are deceiving others? If we have our nation, does it mean that you cannot live any other place of your choice? Even if Nigeria continues existing, you can be in Nigeria that time as a foreigner. If they say they need a residence card or resident permit, you get it official and live, obey their law. If they say every morning, everybody, their law is that every morning before you come out, you must lie down on the street for 1 a.m. Okay, if you can live, if you can do that, you go and live. It's their law. But don't use as one. We are living in one country now. You are imposing your way on us. It's killing to us. You understand? Today, the sky is the limit of the Israelis. Had it been, they were all hidden in Europe, making individual progress. You see, one billionaire would be, I'm an Austrian Jew, but we are advancing. In Europe, you see one progress, one. Not as a community, not as a country. Where will it lead them? Nowhere. But today they have a country where they can proudly say, this is my country. Do you understand? After the Israeli name being wiped off the surface of the earth for more than, is it up to going to 1,000 years? But they recovered it. Do you understand? We can do the same. Forget about people that are telling you, you will lose everything you have in the north, in Nigeria. How do we build Nigeria now? Come to Biafra. No. The Jews built Europe, and today they have more better country. Do you understand? What we are doing under duress, where we are being, where they are stifling us, and still you build Alaba International Market. Think of what you can do, how you can build your place with a relaxed mind, with even government assistance. You that are doing all these things anywhere, only on your own, hustling on our own individual basis, without no government assistance. Imagine we have a country whereby now what we want to build now with government assistance, everything we work together. Imagine how it will be. It will be paradise. Don't you think so? Do you know that some Jews today are not in Israel? Many of them are not in Israel. I think the country of Israel today contains, I think, 40 or 40 something % of the Jews worldwide only. Others are living outside Israel. Do you see? More than half are living outside Israel. Some Jews are still living in Iran. Iran that you see today, where Ahmadinejad was, trying to bring down thunder and brimstone against Israel. But they have Jews in Iran till today, in many Arab countries. He didn't debar them because they have a place to fall to. If anything happens to them, Israel will hold the country responsible. Do you see how it is? But in your own, they will make you fear. I don't know whether our people don't think again or what. Anything they will start. Oh, you want to go to Biafra? It's a dot. Where can you go? You don't have a land. You don't. As if we have Biafra, they will say it will be an order. Say okay, every Biafran must be in Biafra land. You have the right to live anywhere you want. If you want, once we have our nation, you can go and live in Katangora. That is your own cup of tea. But you now have a fallback. You have a government that will protect you. Do you understand? So that if anything happens to you in Katangora, Biafra government will hold the government there responsible. Do you understand me? Don't you have many of us living in Benin? Communities, thousands, if not millions, in Cameroon, with land properties everywhere, even in Niger, Igbo people. The things you have there, your property outside there is even more secure than in Nigeria. Because in Nigeria, anything that happens, no person put mouth, is internal. Look at people that their districts are destroyed in Lagos. Did anything happen? It's internal affair. They will use one law, say no, you built a place where they didn't give you permission. Finish. Even if you have a CFO, their government, they know what to talk. But if it is in a foreign land, for example, they destroy your house in hard-end house in Cameroon, as a so-called Nigerian, for example, now the government say no. Oh, I mean, look at the papers. There is nothing. It becomes a Nigerian Cameroonian issue. Let me put it like that. Do you understand? Because you have to go and complain to the embassy, and now they will have to explain, why do you destroy our citizens' house? They will hold them responsible to pay. That is what we are doing. Once we get our own country, now you are covered anywhere around the world. Do you understand? But with Nigeria, you are nothing. The house you build in Kaduna, you can lose it in a twinkle of an eye, even in Abuja. As far as we are in one all. We must continue in what we are doing. I think this is where I'm going to stop. I had a break in transmission, but this is where I'm going to stop. Ending the misery and bleeding in Nigeria. It is ending Nigeria. That is what it means. Therefore, thank you for listening. Biafra is our religion, our identity. From me, from here, Mazi Jonathan, it is simply good evening.